All right. Oh, Blender has an update. But oh, okay. All right. Let's see. Am I able to have two instances of Blender open? All right. Oh yeah, cool. I don't even need to open anything. So, just a disclaimer, just to make sure I'm covering all my bases. I'm gonna be playing some music from this game called Heartbound, which is made and developed by this guy called Pirate Software. He's a really cool guy. Yeah, and he's Pirate Software is an indie game. Yeah, be sure to check him out. He's the dev for this game that he makes, and I think he's really cool. And I'm just gonna be using his music to, I don't know, provide some background for anyone who joins and just wants to listen to something. So it's the fact that I wanted something to listen to other than what I already listened to. So I don't know. Let's shuffle. I haven't listened to any of this, nor have I played the game. But you know, it's fine. You know, just shuffle. Is that repeats? No, it's repeat. This is the shuffle. All right. I like it. Let's see. Let's see. Where would that be coming from? Here? No. How am I gonna wait? How am I gonna capture the audio for that then? It's interesting. Hold on. I actually have to figure this out now for myself. Hold on. Right, because it doesn't open an application. That's right. Well, then I gotta figure this stuff out first. Because wait, that was really loud. It's like, okay, well, yeah, because I have my freaking music headphones turned up loud. Let's see. What is this music? You know, it's fun. Who cares? Gotta figure out a way to do this. Let's see. Let's see. What if I did this? I don't think I'm building this. Unless I was to use no display capture doesn't capture audio. I guess it's kind of pointless to do that. So you know what? Who cares? You know what? Whatever. I'm sure I can figure it out later. So I will reserve this music list for later. So you know who cares? Let's just stick to Blender. I don't know. It's my day off. I have nothing better to do. I'm going to focus, try and do something. I kind of want the music to listen to then. I don't know. I just doesn't matter. It's not on, right? It's not on, it's right. Yeah, it's not on. I have no idea what I'm doing. You know, it's fine. Just doing my own thing. It's fine. Just maybe you should work on the tutorials rather than that. Let's do that instead. I have no idea what I'm doing with myself right now. Like, genuinely, I have no idea what I'm doing. It's like, I was like, yeah, I understand there are classes I could take, but that would require me paying money, and that's not an option I really want to. I don't want to have to pay money for something I can learn for free. Because I just. Why am I. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Ah, right, I have to turn off the modifiers. Hold on. One, two, three. One. Oh, I can just use two. Alright. And now I can pose as much as I want without it being super freaking slow, right? Oh, yep, there we go. La la la. I can wave him around all I want. Hmm. Right, I didn't insert the keyframe. Hold on. Right, I got just. Cause I remember now. I remember that. Then I insert keyframe, right? Yeah, okay, because I do it up there. That's right. So I remember now. Then if I want, let's see, move this. And then we move this. Oh nope, hold on. Rotate. What's that gonna look like? Interesting. It actually doesn't look half bad. Despite the fact I wasn't even trying to do anything. Which is whatever, I guess. Right? I slept I have no excuse to not do this today. Fun. No. Well, there's no audio, so turn that off. So go to the graph editor, right? I have no idea what this means. So, why does it look like this? Ah, right. Wish I could make this. I don't remember how. Just trying to remember, figure out what is what's. Okay, so this is his arm. Need to talk. Oh, I see. Okay, so what if I does that when I do this? Hold on. Let's see. No. Moves a lot faster. All right. Let's move this one. What's happening? Fascinating. Active F. Oh, I see. And I think I could change this. Oh, I normalized it. So what did that do? I guess it just made it where it's easier to look at. But what does this do? Oh, so I understand now. All these different lines are related to where it moves into space. Since I didn't really move it on the z-axis, it stays the same. But I made an... There's more... Okay, I understand. I'm learning. That's fine. It's supposed to be able to do stuff. No. What did I just do? Oh. Oh, okay. So that's how I do that. All right. Okay, at least I'm figuring out how to maneuver that. So that's good. I want to not just to easier editing of multiple cards from different angles. I see. So wait, hang on. I should probably make this easier to work with. So timeline. Get rid of that. R X no. R Y no. R Z. Let's see. Okay. Now we go to the graph editor. So shouldn't it just be the Z-axis I'm looking at now? What's this for? What? Interesting. I don't understand that. I didn't input any variation though. So how is it doing this? Also, I'm noticing a lack of. So can I not interact with the? I'm assuming blue is for Z. I guess since there wasn't any variation, I can't adjust the speed of it. Okay, maybe I need to be doing this in the dope sheets. Right? Yeah. Dope sheet. Action editor. Edit keyframes, active objects level action. Shape key. Edit keyframes, active shapes action. Time draw. I don't understand. What am I supposed to be able to do in the dope sheet? Well, since I should be able to stay awake for this, I should probably go back to that tutorial. Try and get a better understanding of how dope sheet works, because it's supposed to be really important for animation, so it's like I better learn it. Maybe. I don't know. Graph editor. Dope sheet. There we go. Maybe I should start from the keyframes. Let's see. That. Just do that. No more music.
Frames, as in frames per second. Frames are basically just still images, and the number of frames per second is how many still images are shown sequentially on screen per second. A sequence of frames creates a moving image. Keyframes are the most important, or key, frames in a moving image. And for an animation, these are set manually by a human animator. The keyframes are typically where the key poses of your characters lie. In other words, if someone was doing a run cycle, the keyframes would be most likely at the extreme points of the run cycle, as well as some important transitions between how the legs move relative to the rest of the body. So, what do keyframes do for animation? Well, in digital animation, if you mark the key poses, the software can often interpolate or blend the frames in between so that you get a smooth movement between keyframes. This is also known as tweening, and keyframes are the foundation of animation because without them, the software would not know how to tween or how to move the character. I'm going to quickly demonstrate how to create and edit keyframes in Blender. Now, it's very important to know that keyframing works functionally the same for objects, bones, and you can even keyframe visibility, materials, and several other values. Before we begin, I want you to know that there are 3 keyframe editors. These are the graph editor, the dope sheet, and the timeline.
Okay.
All 3 of these have the ability to manipulate keyframes, and I will reference them here and there. But the timeline is what we'll be showing as the default screen has it at the bottom of the layout workspace. However, we'll go in depth about each of these editors in their own separate videos. The first thing we'll want to know is how to insert keyframes. There are several ways to do this, but it's simple enough. The first way is to simply select something and right-click for a context menu, or right-click directly on the value and see if it has the Insert Keyframe option. If so, that value can be keyframed. Let's take this rotation mode dropdown for example. As you can see, the value will turn yellow, meaning there is a keyframe on your current frame for that value. This will also create a visible keyframe in your dope sheet and timeline at your current frame, marked by these small yellow shapes. They should be yellow circles by default, but are sometimes squares or diamonds depending on your handle type. They are also typically diamonds in the timeline, but we'll get more into this in the dope sheet and timeline videos. For some things, such as objects and bones in the 3D viewport, you'll also see an additional menu pop up when you try to insert keyframes. For example, if we select our cube, you'll see a list of options that looks like this. I typically pick Lock Rot Scale, as it'll insert a keyframe in all 3 transformation channels. But feel free to experiment and choose an option that's most appropriate for your situation. For hotkey users, simply select the object you want to keyframe or hover over the value you want to keyframe and press I as in insert to insert a keyframe in the same way. Another way to insert keyframes is with the auto keyframe feature. Enabling auto keyframe mode will actually automatically record changes and transformations we make to any object in our 3D scene and insert keyframes for us. It will also record changes in values that have been keyframed before. To test this out, I'm going to select a different object. In fact, let's add a monkey to our scene. And to set a keyframe for this monkey object on our current frame with the auto keyframe feature, we can go to our timeline and press this white circle record icon button. Now that auto keyframe is enabled, if we move or transform our monkey in some way in the viewport, you can see a keyframe being automatically generated here in our timeline and dope sheet. Now, you may notice after inserting the first keyframe, transforming our object further doesn't seem to insert new keyframes. But the reality is, it is changing the current keyframe, it's just replacing it. To insert a separate keyframe, we'll want to change our current frame first. So how do we move our current frame to a different position in the timeline? The current frame is indicated by this value here, which you can edit manually like most values in Blender. But a few other ways is to left-click drag the top of the timeline here, or hold Alt and use the scroll wheel. For fine-tuning, you can also press the left and right arrow keys. Anyways, for this, I'm going to just move to frame 20. Once we move to a later point in our timeline, let's set another keyframe by simply transforming our object again. I'm going to move it just a bit to the right. Now that we have more than one keyframe, we can see the automatic interpolation, or tweening process that the software does for us to create animation. Let's drag our timeline back to the beginning and press the play button. For hotkey users, you can press spacebar. Okay, now you can see our monkey is moving. What we're seeing here is the software taking our 2 keyframes and interpolating the transformation between the first location and the second location. This interpolation can be tweaked in the dope sheet or graph editor, but we'll talk about those in their own separate videos. For now, this is our masterpiece. But what if you want to delete keyframes? How do we do that? Well, to delete keyframes, you can simply use the timeline or dope sheet, select the keyframes you want to delete with left click, and press the delete key. Alternatively, you can also navigate to the frame with that keyframe and right click for a context menu. Then select delete keyframe. Quick tip, from this same menu, you can also click clear keyframes to delete all keyframes for that value. It's important to note, however, that the delete keyframes option is not available in the 3D viewport context menu, but you can still go to the object menu, go to animation, and select delete keyframe from that menu. For hotkey users, you can select the object or hover over the value with the keyframe on the current frame and press Alt-I to delete keyframes in the same way. One more thing you'll want to know about keyframes is the ability to change keyframe type. This might sound advanced, but in reality it just means keyframe color. This is used for organization of keyframes that are used for certain purposes. For example, you can mark your extreme pose keyframes by selecting them, right-click in the timeline for a context menu, go to keyframe type, and select extreme. This will give your selected keyframes the extreme pink keyframe color.
Okay. So
Other
it doesn't
colors
actually
include
change what
blue,
it does.
orange, and green.
Just
For
changes
hotkey
what it's
users,
supposed to do.
you can hover over the
Just
timeline and
organize
press
them.
the R key to bring up the keyframe type menu. And those are the fundamentals of keyframes. I hope this gives you insight on how animation works and how to create your own animation in
was it.
Blender. In the meantime, we'll be going over how to edit and manipulate keyframes in the dope sheet, the timeline.
Alright, let's just do this.
The timeline is how you view all the frames in your scene. It provides simple tools for navigating the frames of your animation. Let's talk about the fundamentals of the timeline editor in Blender. To showcase exactly what the timeline does, let's try to make a quick bouncing ball animation with our cube here. Except instead of a cube, let's use a ball. To do that, we can simply subdivide our cube by holding Ctrl and pressing 2 on the number row. I'm also going to right-click the sphere and select Shade Smooth. Wonderful. Now let's get animating. You can animate very quickly by clicking this white circle Record button, which turns on Auto Keyframe mode. We can then transform our ball freely. Since we're doing a bouncing animation, let's go ahead and start it a little higher, so we'll move it along the Z-axis. As you can see, this creates a keyframe at our current frame. Now, in order to create an animation, we'll want to insert another keyframe for the ball to interpolate to. But creating another keyframe on the current frame simply overwrites our first keyframe. So we'll want to move our current frame to a later frame in the timeline. How do we do that? Well, to go to a specific frame, you can change your current frame manually here. But there are a few more options. We can also left-click drag the top bar of the timeline, where the frame numbers are labeled, to scrub through to a specific frame, or hold Alt and use the scroll wheel. For fine-tuning, you can also press the left and right arrow keys. Now with this, we can move our current frame to frame 10, and move our ball again to insert another keyframe. But where should we move our ball? Well, we're trying to make it bounce, so let's bring it back to the ground for this frame. We can do this very quickly by pressing Alt-G to bring it back to the origin, and then move it up a bit just so it's above the grid. Great, as you can see, we have automatically inserted a new keyframe on frame 10 as well. Since we have 2 keyframes now, in theory, our ball should now be animated. And at this point, you might be interested to see exactly what that animation looks like. To play an animation, simply press spacebar, or click the play icon button at the top. But you'll notice you don't see any movement when you play the animation. That's because the play button starts playing your animation from your current frame, and our animation starts at the beginning. However, once your current frame reaches the end frame, your playback will loop back to the start frame and continue playing. Hey, there we go. We got a basic downwards motion. But I really don't like waiting that long to see it loop, so let's adjust the loop region.
Oh,
To do that, we can edit our start and end frames of our playback range on the right of the timeline here. This playback range is marked by the dark gray regions before and after the start and end frames respectively. Let's bring our end frame down to frame 40. This makes our loop region appear a bit too small, but we can actually zoom in on our timeline with the scroll wheel. You can also press Home or click View, View All. If you need to also pan your timeline, simply middle-click drag or hold Control and use your scroll wheel. Nice, now we can continue animating. Real quick, let's add 2 more keyframes to finish our bounce animation. I'm going to add a keyframe on frame 15, where the ball bounces up just slightly. This is going to be like a really heavy bowling ball or something, so it won't bounce very high. Then, on frame 20, we'll simply want the ball to be on the ground again. We can insert a new keyframe and try to eyeball it. However, that's not really efficient doing the same pose twice manually. Okay, so let's delete that frame 20 keyframe real quick. To delete keyframes, simply select them, right-click for a context menu, and select Delete Keyframes. You can also simply press X or the Delete key. So what we want to do is copy the keyframe from frame 10 where we already have the ball on the ground. Luckily, that's really easy. We can simply duplicate the keyframe on frame 10 and drag it over to frame 20. To do this, you can simply select the keyframe we want to copy, right-click for a context menu, and select Duplicate. Then move the duplicated keyframe to frame 20 and left-click to confirm.
Get that I'm familiar with already.
For hotkey users, you can press Shift-D as in duplicate. Let's play back our animation again to see our masterpiece. Well, it's got the right poses, but it isn't really bouncing, but rather just moving up and down. How do we fix this? Well, by default, Blender interpolates the keyframe poses with a sort of smooth ease in and out motion, slowly transitioning the velocity of the object between poses. This is usually great, but for us it's working against our goals. Luckily, Blender allows us to change different aspects of the interpolation curve to fix issues like this very easily. To make the bounces appear sharper and more sudden, we can simply select the frames at 10 and 20, the frames where they bounce off the ground, and change the handle type from our right-click context menu. What is handle type? We'll go over handle types in more detail in the Graph Editor and Dope Sheet videos. However, just know that if we select Vector, our curves for the bounce should be fixed. For hotkey users, you can also press V as in Vector to bring up the handle type and change different aspects of the interpolation curve to fix issues like this very easily. To make the bounces appear sharper and more sudden, we can simply select the frames at 10 and 20, the frames where they bounce off the ground, and change the handle type from our right-click context menu. What is handle type? We'll go over handle types in more detail in the Graph Editor and Dope Sheet videos. However, just know that if we select Vector, our curves for the bounce should be fixed. For hotkey users, you can also press V as in Vector to bring up the handle type menu. And as you can see, we now have a bouncy bouncing ball. And congratulations, you've made a quick bouncing ball animation in Blender. But what if we wanted to slow it down a bit? Let's pretend it's going in slow motion, for example. Luckily, with our timeline's basic keyframe manipulation features, that's easy. Simply select all the keyframes in your timeline by pressing A. Then you can bring your current frame back to the beginning and hit S to scale your keyframes outwards from your current frame. As you can see, our keyframes are being spaced out more and more as we drag our cursor. We can also type a number during this process to specify an amount to scale by, so I'm going to type the number 2 and press Enter. This will double the scale of our keyframes. This means that our keyframes will be twice as far away from each other, and thus the animation will take twice as long and be twice as slow. Okay, great! Now let's say we want to render it out. Remember the start and end frames we set earlier? This is also the range of frames marked for render output, meaning that when you press render animation, it will begin calculating with the start frame of your playback range, then render each frame after that one by one, and stop after it finishes calculating the end frame. But it also means that we can't easily animate outside of this playback range in case we wanted to edit or insert keyframes. So let's say we wanted to only render the first 12 frames of our bouncing ball animation. But we also want to animate. Then you can bring your current frame back to the beginning and hit S to scale your keyframes outwards from your current frame. As you can see, our keyframes are being spaced out more and more as we drag our cursor. We can also type a number during this process to specify an amount to scale by, so I'm going to type the number 2 and press Enter. This will double the scale of our keyframes. This means that our keyframes will be twice as far away from each other, and thus the animation will take twice as long and be twice as slow.
Okay.
Okay, great. Now let's say we want to render it out. Remember the start and end frames we set earlier? This is also the range of frames marked for render output, meaning that when you press render animation, it will begin calculating with the start frame of your playback range, then render each frame after that one by one, and stop after it finishes calculating the end frame. But it also means that we can't easily animate outside of this playback range in case we wanted to edit or insert keyframes. So let's say we wanted to only render the first 12 frames of our bouncing ball animation. But we also want to animate some keyframes a little bit outside of our render range to adjust our animation. It'd be a hassle to keep the range wide for animation, but then change the frame range manually every time we want to render. So for situations like this, there is this stopwatch button. This will switch between using the render range and the preview range for viewport playback.
Oh.
What's the preview range? Well, let's find out. Toggling the preview range on by clicking this stopwatch button will use dark orange to indicate the start and end of the preview playback range. While this is toggled on, the render range will still be visible with the dark gray borders and will still be used for render output, but will be ignored on playback and viewport renders. Now we can safely animate before and after the render range, but keep our render output range the same. So we've gone over the basic timeline features that are required to create an animation. But let's say I'm making an animation and I want to mark a specific frame for timing purposes. For example, I might want to add an explosion at frame 25. Adding markers is a very helpful tool for animators for this exact purpose. To create a marker, simply go to the marker menu at the top of the timeline and select Add Marker. For hotkey users, simply press M as in marker with your cursor anywhere over the timeline. As you can see, a small triangle and a vertical line gets created at your current frame to mark that frame for later. You can rename this marker at any time by selecting it, going back into the same marker menu, and selecting Rename Marker.
Okay.
Then type the name you want. Let's call this one Explosion 01 and press Enter twice. For hotkey users, you can press Ctrl M as in marker, but you have to have your cursor hovered over the dark area below. Now, some of you may be wondering why our timeline has been so dark since we added that marker. That's simply because adding markers adds a semi-transparent dark gray section at the bottom of our timeline that allows us to select and transform markers separately from keyframes. If this area is taking up too much room visually, simply expand your timeline just a little to see your timeline range more clearly again by dragging the top border of the timeline editor panel. Alright, now let's create a few more markers for our reference. Let's say here is where I want another explosion. Okay, let's press M to create the marker and Ctrl M to rename it. We'll call this one Explosion 02. But actually, I don't think it's the right timing, so I want to move my marker to a different frame. Simply left-click drag to move it around. For hotkey users, you can also press G as in grab, as long as you're within the dark gray marker region in the lower half of the timeline. Another way to create more markers quickly is to simply duplicate them and move them around. You can duplicate markers by going to the marker menu and selecting Duplicate Marker. For hotkey users, simply press Shift D and, as usual, right-click to cancel or left-click to confirm. And to delete markers, simply select them and press the Delete key, the X key, or go to the marker menu and select Delete Marker. That's great. We've got a lot of tools in the timeline to help us animate. Now we're going to switch gears a bit and pretend that we're animating and the viewport starts to lag a bit. You might also see a red number here during playback. This red FPS number means that your current playback speed is less than the actual FPS, or frames per second, marked in your render settings. There will be cases like this, and to delete markers and the viewport starts to lag a bit. You might also see a red number here during playback.
Okay, yeah.
This red FPS number means that your current playback speed is less than the actual FPS, or frames per second, marked in your render settings. There will be cases like this where our scene is so heavy that our playback won't be able to keep up. This will mess up a lot of our timing and speed, as we might end up rendering and find out the actual playback FPS is much faster than what we've been animating with. Luckily, the timeline has an option that solves this as well. We can go to the playback options on the left side of the timeline. Open this menu by left-clicking and go to the No Sync drop-down menu. By default, No Sync simply means that Blender is prioritizing displaying every frame in the viewport instead of prioritizing playing the animation back in real time. This is typically good for seeing your whole animation without missing details, but not that great for timing purposes on heavy scenes. If you want your FPS and your playback speed to synchronize, even at the cost of dropping a few frames here and there, you'll want to change this from no sync to frame dropping. Once you've done this, you'll notice that when you play your animation back, the viewport will still have a red FPS number, but it will be skipping frames now and then so that the position of your current frame matches where your current frame would be if your playback FPS was real time. If you're wondering what AV Sync is, it stands for Audio Visual Sync, and it's functionally very much the same. It also drops frames, but prioritizes synchronizing your viewport playback speed with your audio playback speed instead of your set FPS playback speed. Now, I know some of you will be curious about how to add audio to your playback, so I've included a Blitz tutorial. Here we go. In order to add audio to your playback in the viewport, you'll have to use the video editor. Create a new workspace from the video editing category called Video Editing. We're going to want to add a sound or movie file, so simply navigate to the file in the File Browser Editor on the top left-hand panel. Then, left-click drag the file into your video sequencer. Move it around your timeline to where you want it to be by left-click dragging or pressing G like usual. And now, if you return to your layout workspace, during playback you should hear audio. Quick tips for the video editor: press K or go to the strip menu and select Cut to cut your audio strip wherever your current frame is. Change volume of the audio here, and you can mute the audio in the timeline under the playback options. I also recommend going into the View menu and turning on Waveform Displaying when working with audio files. And that's it for your quick How to Bring Audio in Blender tutorial. Now, back to the timeline. The Keying drop-down menu will give you options for how keyframes work in your timeline. Most of these settings are fine at their default values, but I'll mention a few things here. Your active keying set allows you to restrict what kind of channels receive keyframes when inserting a new keyframe. And the buttons on the right of your keying set are another way of inserting and deleting keyframes. Keyframe types we already went over in the keyframes video. They are essentially organizational labels for your keyframes, but changing your keyframe type here will simply change the default keyframe type for newly inserted keyframes. To change keyframe type of existing keyframes, simply select them, right-click for a context menu, and go to keyframe type to select one. The rest is pretty self-explanatory, and hovering over each option will tell you a little bit more about what they do. I hope this gives you a good fundamental understanding of how to make animations using the timeline. The Dope Sheet is one of the most powerful animation tools in Blender. But what is the Dope Sheet? Well, the Dope Sheet is a keyframe manipulation tool, just like the graph editor and timeline, which you can use to drag keyframes, scale them, retime them, delete them, etc. So let's see how to use the Dope Sheet. To access the Dope Sheet, you can create a new panel in your current workspace by right-clicking, selecting Split Area, and left-clicking to confirm. You can then select the Dope Sheet editor from the Editor drop-down menu. Alternatively, however, you can simply go to the animation workspace, and the Dope Sheet will be provided for you at the bottom instead of the timeline. Now, if you haven't seen the timeline video, I highly recommend going to watch that for a basic understanding of how animation and keyframe manipulation works. Both the timeline and the Dope Sheet can do basic keyframe manipulation, but the Dope Sheet has a few extra features. If you've seen the timeline video, you'll know that you can select and transform keyframes in various ways. These basic methods of keyframe manipulation all work in the Dope Sheet as well. Additional keyframe selection options also exist under the Select menu. Let's go ahead and make some keyframes for our object so we can see what this looks like. Just like our timeline video, let's once again animate a simple bouncing ball. To do this, simply subdivide your default cube by holding Ctrl and pressing 2 on the number row. Then turn on Auto Keyframe. we'll set a keyframe for a high pose on the first frame, go to frame 10, and set a low pose where it's touching the grid. We can then set a much lower high pose on frame 15, and duplicate frame 10 to frame 20 for our final low pose. Excellent! Now we can go ahead and change our handle type for our extreme low poses on frame 10 and 20. This will once again give us that bouncing ball look. We can also bring our end frame back to 40 for a shorter playback loop time. However, let's pay attention to our keyframes here. Unlike the timeline, our dope sheet provides a little bit more visual information about our keyframes. For example, each of these keyframes is a different shape based on the handle type. By default, in fact, our keyframes are no longer diamond, but rather round circles. Circle shows that the handle type is auto-clamped, while square means vector. Feel free to test frame 10 and 20. This will once again give us that bouncing ball look. We can also bring our end frame back to 40 for a shorter playback loop time. However, let's pay attention to our keyframes here. Unlike the timeline, our dope sheet provides a little bit more visual information about our keyframes. For example, each of these keyframes is a different shape based on the handle type. By default, in fact, our keyframes are no longer diamond, but rather round circles. Circle shows that the handle type is auto-clamped, while square means vector. Feel free to test what shapes the other handles are. Additionally, you can also change the interpolation mode of your keyframes by pressing T or selecting one under the right-click context menu. When would you want to do this? Well, one of the most common interpolation modes, besides the default Bezier mode, is the constant interpolation mode. This is used most often for blocking an animation, turning off interpolation so you can focus on your keyframes. Let's go ahead and select all of our keyframes by pressing A, then press T to change our interpolation mode to constant. As you can see, our ball now snaps directly to each keyframe without interpolating motion in between. However, you'll also notice that our keyframes have an added visual indicator of the keyframe's interpolation mode being different,
I think
specifically this green horizontal line between keyframes. Not only does this tell you that the interpolation mode has been edited, but it also informs you where the interpolation mode is affecting the animation at a glance. This can be very helpful when interpolation mode is only affecting certain keyframes and not others. For example, if we select our first frame and change that back to Bezier, you'll notice that the constant interpolation mode doesn't begin until after the second keyframe. But one thing you may have noticed is that we have far more keyframes here vertically than we did for the timeline.
Yeah.
This is because the dope sheet expands channel groups, which shows us individual channels with keyframes that belong to each one. This gives us access to individual channels such as X location or Z rotation. Keep in mind that above every column of keyframes, there is a parent keyframe that manipulates all keyframes below it. To select all keyframes in a single column very quickly, however, you can simply hold Alt and left click. This is similar to how you can select edge loops in Mesh Edit mode. Speaking of groups, you can actually create your own group of channels with its own parent keyframe by selecting the channels on the left and going to the channel menu. From there, simply select Group Channels. Hotkey users can press Ctrl G. This will create a new group that you can expand or collapse with whatever channels you like, assuming they belong to the same object. To remove a channel from an existing group, simply select it and go to the same channels menu and select Ungroup Channels. Hotkey users can press Ctrl Alt G. For additional channel-specific settings, feel free to experiment with the other functions in the channel menu. Now, the channels we see here are determined by what object we have selected. But what if we wanted to see every keyframe in our scene from every object? To do that, we can simply change the settings here, which determines what keyframes to display. By default, this arrow cursor icon is enabled, meaning that the dope sheet will only display keyframes of the objects you have selected. However, we can also toggle this off, allowing the dope sheet to display all keyframes of all currently visible objects. To also include hidden objects, simply toggle on the middle button with the dotted line cube icon. This will include any objects that are not visible. However, it does not include objects that are in collections that have been unchecked. In case you ever get lost in the sea of keyframes, or really need to zoom out quickly to see all of your keyframes, simply hover over the dope sheet and press Home. You can also go to View, View All. Now let's talk about a few more advanced dope sheet features that will be able to help us in our animation workflow. For starters, the View menu will give us several different functions and tools already. Over here, we have our Preview Range tools. Remember the stopwatch icon on the timeline? This is for setting that same preview range that the stopwatch icon toggles on and off. Simply select Set Preview Range and you'll be able to click and drag an area to set the beginning and end frames of the preview range. The Show Sliders option displays the values of each keyframe as a slider that you can adjust and animate very easily all in one place. Without this option, you would need to go to wherever each channel's value is displayed separately on the UI to change its value directly. Also, this removes the need to go into the graph editor for very small adjustments, but we'll talk about the graph editor in another video. The Show Curve Extremes option allows you to see the peaks and troughs of your object's motion for that particular channel.
Peaks and troughs.
This will make more sense if you see it in the graph editor, but for now, let's take a look at our Z location channel. As you can see, based on these new keyframe shapes, you can see that our curve is bending downwards for these frames and bending back upwards for these frames, which lines up with what our object is doing. But you might be wondering, what is a curve, and why do we keep talking about it when we're only looking at dots and straight lines here? That's a great question. The curves we're referring to are the interpolation curves that can be seen and edited directly in the graph editor. You can actually very easily enter the graph editor from the dope sheet by going to View, Toggle Graph Editor. Hotkey users can press Ctrl-Tab while hovering over the dope sheet to toggle between the graph editor and the dope sheet. In the graph editor, you'll be able to see the curves clearly, showing exactly how the interpolation modes look and what curve extremes look like. In some software, the graph editor takes dominance as the keyframe manipulator, even basic keyframe manipulation, due to the absence of a powerful dope sheet. However, in Blender, with the dope sheet that it has, much of the basic keyframe manipulation can be done very easily without sifting through complex curves. But the graph editor can still be very helpful for advanced tweaking and visualization. We'll talk more about the graph editor in the next video. I hope this video has shown you how powerful the dope sheet is for animation in Blender.
It didn't.
The graph editor is the most advanced keyframe manipulator in Blender.
Why am I not taking this stuff in?
To access the graph editor, you have a few options. In any one corner of any panel, and select Graph Editor from the drop-down. Alternatively, you can go to the animation workspace and go to the dope sheet area.
How's your day going?
You can hover over it and press Ctrl-Tab. This will toggle between the dope sheet and the graph editor. For non-hotkey users, you can go to View, Toggle Graph Editor, or Toggle Graph Dope Sheet to achieve the same thing. Compared to the dope sheet, the graph editor can do many of the same things, but also allows the user to view and edit the motion curves directly. Let me show you what I mean.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and make some keyframes for our object so we can see what this looks like. Just like our timeline video, let's once again animate a simple bouncing ball.
Really difficult.
To do this, simply subdivide your default cube by holding Ctrl and pressing 2 on the number row. Then turn on Auto Keyframe. We'll set a keyframe for a high pose on the first frame, go to frame 10, set a low pose where it's touching the grid, set a much lower high pose on frame 15, and do the same thing as frame 10 for frame 20 for our final low pose. You may have noticed by now that our keyframes in the graph editor are represented by orange handles along the curves we see displayed. Now, we also want to change the handle type for our extreme low poses on frame 20 and 10. This will once again give us that bouncing ball look. However, let's figure out how to do that in the graph editor real quick. Unlike the dope sheet and timeline, there is no summary of keyframes where we can easily select all of the keyframes on a certain frame. So to achieve this same effect, let's simply find frame 10 and Alt left click any of the keyframes on frame 10. This will select all keyframes vertically on the same frame as the keyframe you selected. Now we can simply change the handle type by going to Key, Handle Type, and selecting Vector. Hotkey users can still press V. Now, as you can see, the handles have visually changed this time. Unlike the dope sheet and timeline, the graph editor directly shows you what changing the handle type looks like in terms of the interpolation curves. Let's repeat this process for frame 20. Alt left click, press V, select vector. We can then play our animation with spacebar. Hotkey users can still press V.
Why am I falling asleep? I shouldn't really try to stay awake, but it's like, no. Even though I slept all day yesterday and for today, and I've just now woken up, it's like, no. We're going to make you doze
now,
off.
as you can see, the handles have visually changed this time. Unlike the dope sheet and timeline, the graph editor directly shows you what changing the handle type looks like in terms of the interpolation curves. Let's repeat this process for frame 20. Alt left click, press V, select vector. We can then play our animation with spacebar again to confirm that we did it right. Now let's observe our graph editor a little more closely to see how similar and how different it is from the dope sheet. Before we move on, I want to say that in case your graph editor is too zoomed in or you can't see all of your frames, simply hover over the graph editor and press Home. You can also go to View, View All. The first thing we'll notice that's the same is the left-hand column. Just like the dope sheet, the keyframes have all been assigned to specific channels. You can expand and collapse channels by clicking the arrow or using the plus or minus keys on the number pad while hovering over the channels. However, you might notice that while the channels are listed, there are no distinct rows of keyframes to see which keyframes belong to which channels. Now, we already know that the keyframes are indicated by the orange handles you see spread out along the curves. And each curve belongs to a channel. Simply left-click any of the channels on the left to highlight the corresponding curve in the graph. To isolate a curve, you can left-click to select it, go to the channel menu, and click Hide Unselected Curves. For hotkey users, you can press Shift-H, as in hide. This will hide all other curves for you. To unhide all other curves, simply go back into the same channel menu and select Reveal Curves. That's the same as the left-hand column. Just like the dope sheet, the keyframes have all been assigned to specific channels. You can expand and collapse channels by clicking the arrow or using the plus or minus keys on the number pad while hovering over the channels. However, you might notice that while the channels are listed, there are no distinct rows of keyframes to see which keyframes belong to which channels. Now, we already know that the keyframes are indicated by the orange handles you see spread out along the curves.
So
and
one of the
each
reasons,
curve belongs to a channel.
Keep me focused on
simply left-click any.
What I'm doing here is, well, maybe doing this will help inspire someone else to take up Blender or to do whatever project they're doing as well. Because then maybe they can learn from what I'm doing, or they can offer some advice of their own. It's just
any of the channels on the left
it
to
opens
highlight
up
the corresponding curve in the graph.
invitation
To isolate a curve, you can left-click to select it, go to the channel menu, and click Hide Unselected Curves. For hotkey users, you can press Shift-H, as in hide. This will hide all other curves for you.
Someone comes in asking
to
for
unhide
help,
all other
see
curves,
if I can help them.
Simply go back into the same channel menu and select Reveal Curves. For hotkey users, you can press Alt-H. Now, let's go ahead and isolate only the location curves, and try to manipulate our keyframes and curves using the graph editor. As you can see, each of the keyframes in each channel exists on their respective curves as these orange handles, which we can select and transform using the same selection and transformation options we typically have in Blender. I'm going to simply shift left-click a few of these keyframes and start using G, S, and R to transform them. As you can see, moving, rotating, and scaling keyframes are all possible in the graph editor, allowing for very versatile and intuitive transformation of the curves. But what if we select a single handle? Each handle by itself is technically made up of 3 selectable parts, the main body and the 2 handlebars. By default, the endpoints of each handlebar can be transformed as a way to rotate the entire handle and manipulate the length of the handles, which affect how the curve interpolates between keyframes. You can also select the body and use R or S to rotate or scale both handlebars simultaneously. However, handle transformation differs depending on what handle type we use. For example, the vector handle types we have at the extreme low poses of our ball can be edited individually on each side. It also cannot be rotated as vector handle types must point to the previous keyframe. Quick note, when you break an individual handlebar off of its default orientation, it will convert the keyframe handle type to free. Free is when both handles move independently from each other, and you can set it to free yourself manually. Feel free to experiment with other handle types. Another thing we talked about is the interpolation modes. Interpolation modes can also be very easily changed in the dope sheet and timeline, but we never talked about what they look like in the graph editor. Since the graph editor is comprised specifically of interpolated curves, the interpolation mode greatly affects how the interpolated curves look.
Okay.
Let's try a few by isolating the Z location curve and selecting all the keyframes by pressing A. We can then go into the key menu, go to interpolation mode, and select constant. As you can see, the constant interpolation mode removes all curve interpolation and simply repeats the previous keyframe's value until it encounters another keyframe. If this looks like a familiar pattern to you, it might be because you saw it in the interpolation mode menu for constant.
Okay.
As you can see, each of the interpolation modes has an icon that represents what the curves look like when in that mode. Feel free to test out these modes to better understand them.
Okay.
Bezier, however, is the default, and we'll be changing ours back to Bezier for now. Now that we've gotten basic curve manipulation out of the way, let's talk about more advanced curve manipulation options. Specifically, curve modifiers. Curve modifiers are similar to mesh modifiers in that they are extremely powerful, non-destructive functions that can help you alter and adjust your curves. There are a few curve modifiers, but to demonstrate this, I'm going to show you how to use the noise curve modifier. To add curve modifiers, simply open the right-hand side menu in the graph editor. You can do this by clicking the arrow icon on the right or pressing the N key. From this right-hand side menu, go to the Modifiers tab. Make sure you have the curve you want to modify selected. We'll go ahead and select our Z location curve by clicking on the Z location channel on the left-hand side. Then we can go into the Add Modifier drop-down menu and select Noise. For hotkey users, you can simply hover over the graph editor and press Ctrl-Shift-M and select Noise from that menu. Immediately, you can see how the noise modifier affects in that they are extremely powerful, non-destructive functions that can help you alter and adjust your curves. There are a few curve modifiers, but to demonstrate this, I'm going to show you how to use the noise curve modifier. To add curve modifiers, simply open the right-hand side menu in the graph editor.
Right-hand side.
You can do this by clicking the arrow icon on the right or pressing the N key. From this right-hand side menu, go to the Modifiers tab. Make sure you have the curve you want to modify selected.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and select our Z location curve by clicking on the Z location channel on the left-hand side. Then we can go into the Add Modifier drop-down menu and select Noise. For hotkey users, you can simply hover over the graph editor and press Ctrl-Shift-M and select Noise from that menu. Immediately, you can see how the noise modifier affects our curve, as the curve now has a noise pattern added all throughout it. If we play our animation back, we can see that a slight shaking effect has now been added on top of our original animation. Even if we set new keyframes or move them around, the shaking effect adjusts to the curve dynamically. Just like mesh modifiers, we can also adjust the modifier settings to change how the modifier affects our curve. Each modifier has different settings to play around with, so feel free to experiment.
Do I have any favorite
these two
Pokemon?
options at the bottom are available for every single curve modifier.
Let's see, off the top of my head, I have like a handful. There's like Arceus. Let's see, Scizor, Greninja, Sceptile, Golisopod, Gardevoir and Gallade, Cario, Bisharp, who else? Did I say Greninja? I probably did. Scizor? Yeah, I did. There's... I can't... Oh, do I have any? Hold on, maybe if I look at the folder. Let's see. Well, let's see. Do I have anyone in here? There's also Inteleon, right? I have a lot of favorite Pokemon because I really like Pokemon, but if I had to leave it to top 3, like for starters, it's Greninja. For legendary / mythical, it's Arceus, and then for like regular Pokemon that are accessible to everyone, it's like Scizor, I think.
Modifier. This is because they affect the on and off state of the modifier. If we expand the restrict frame range option, we can see a start and end range that we can set. This will allow us to restrict the effect of the modifier to specific frames along our curve.
Oh, okay.
Additionally, the in and out frames will allow us to fade the modifier influence in and out a certain number of frames.
Greninja and Lucario are pretty cool.
For example, if I set the fade in value to 10, the curve modifier will slowly fade in the influence of the effect over the course of 10 frames. Furthermore, you can also manually adjust or keyframe the influence slider just below that under Use Influence.
Wait, don't I
Collapsing
have a
either of these
Greninja
options
model? Hold on, let's see. Don't I have a Greninja model? Or was I not able to find one that was decent? I do. Hold on. Let's do this. Hold on, let's see. Do I have a decent model for Greninja? Let's see. I also have yet to get Lucario, but that's fine. Let's see. Get rid of that. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Imports. Models. Greninja. There we go. Model.ae. Like costumes. Scoreboard. Moon. What is all this? You know, it's fine. That's that and that. Let's see what happens. I see. It looks alright. Just has that thing where it's just all scaled up and whatnot. But that's easy to fix. Guess I'll work on Correct on rig because it needs some more tweaking till it looks decent. Alright. Good luck with those feathers, by the way. I remember that. Those were proved to be problematic. What's going on here? Let's see. Oh boy, wow, this one looks like it's gonna need a lot of work. Well, I mean, the textures look nice, except for where they're messing up, but nice details and all that. Alright, let's see. What? I like how it's using the Japanese name, which is Gekuga. How do I? Let's see. Go back to this. Ooh, textures are messed up, and I see some questionable topology or a lot of objects near the eyes. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Let's go. Let's see if I can't fix this real quick. Ugh. Where are you, wee monkey? Where are you? There you are.
Contracts, exploding bills, surprises.
Have we finally had enough?
Yeah, probably.
So Eevee is all nice and posed now, just hanging out, staring into space, probably thinking about its favorite treats. Not only is your model super huge, but its armature is turned completely sideways.
Watch Daily Dose of Internet too? Yeah, I do. Oh, and also thank you. Yeah, I watch Daily Dose of Internet. Really entertaining stuff. But let's see.
Ways. Plus, there's these weird crosshair things everywhere. What is one to do? Well, I'll show you. First, you'll want to get rid of these weird crosshair things, which are formerly known as empties. You can either do this by selecting them manually in the viewport, or by selecting them up here in the outliner. Selecting one will select the other, so do whatever is easier for you. Once you have them selected, simply delete them. From here, it's just a matter of using the outliner to select and delete things you don't need. So for example, I don't want this random ambient light that was added to my scene with the model. So I'm going to select that here, go to the viewport, and delete it. Be on the lookout for things that look strange or out of place. For example, there's an armature here with the name Feeler A, and should we select it and move it around, nothing really happens. We probably don't need this, so I'll delete it. Among these objects, there's usually one empty that the model and the armature are parented to, and as such, affect the position of the model. So for example, moving this empty causes the model to shrink down to what would be its normal size, and follow the position of the empty around. While this empty may seem important, it's probably not something we're going to want to deal with forever, so it's best to just delete it and set the size down manually later. This will bring the model back to a weird position, but don't worry, we'll fix this in a moment. Let's just get rid of some of these extra empties first.
So wait, hold on. What happens when I do this? Ah, I see. Or was I not? No, I wasn't supposed to do that. No, that just broke it. No, do that. This is how it's supposed to be, but why is it so scaled? There's no empties, from what I can tell. Let's just take a quick look at. Hold on, let's see. Oh. Okay, no, hold on, let's just do that. Let's just see if importing those other ones, because there's other things in the same thing. Like, let's see. What's this? That's a Pokeball. Why is that included in the folder? You know what? Interesting. Alright, let's see what else is in this. Now I'm not sure why it's like this. Pokemon models. XY, Greninja. Moon. So this is Pokemon Moon model? Oh, no, that's just a straight up Moon. Oh, wait, was this the one I got from Super Smash Bros? Oh, that explains why it has these. Because these are part of its kit for when... This is a Moon that it uses for its cutscene for the Final Smash. And let's see. Yeah, Pokeball is what it goes in, pops out of at the beginning of the fight when it gets thrown on stage. I remember now. Floorboard is that is part of its moveset where it does, yeah, summons this thing for its Final Smash again. I remember now. What's the alternate costumes? Is that going to be... like it's different colors? So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This doesn't have anything in it. That doesn't have anything in it. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Interesting. This is the model that I have. Let's just scale it down a bit. Let's see what we're working with. Okay. Let's see. Display in front. Huh, well, that looks right. Okay. This is looking similar to how, yeah, this is what it looked. I thought. Pose mode real quick. Assuming this moves to, yep. All right. So this model also has the issue of the same one that Inteleon had, which was a lot of disjointed, improperly sized bones and whatnot. What's this? This moves to head. This does jaw. Ugh. Shoulder. What are these? Shoulder. Shoulder. Head. Oh, that's for the. Ooh, that's for the. Oh, I see. What is going on here? Feeler. What feeler? Nothing. All right. So let's see what else. What was this? Head, neck. Okay. It's for the tongue. All right. This for the torso. All right. This one's from Sword and Shield, I suppose. No, this is the one from Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Cause, hold on, if I remember correctly, let's see. Sword and Shield, like, Greninja wasn't even in Sword and Shield, was it? So let's go to the Nintendo Switch. Pokemon. Let's see, there's Pokemon Sword and Shield. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, Greninja's not even in here. And then if you do Scarlet Violet, it's going to be a similar issue. 4th gen, 5, 6. Oh, Greninja's in this one. Oh, okay. Huh. This one looks a bit weird. My textures, I see. I didn't know he was in Scarlet Violet, but let's see. Okay, let's see. Let's just see if we can't figure out what's going on with this one real quick. What's this? That doesn't do anything. So what's going on with these textures? Hold on, let's go to object mode. Ah, interesting. This is even supposed to be. I have no idea what's going on with this. What's going on with these? What's going on here? How many of these are there? What the heck? Oh, I see something. There's the eye, but there's no iris. Oh, wait, no, there's that. It's like, well, there's his eyes. Okay. It's like one of those, like, Russian doll sets where there's just a tiny version. It's like, as you open it, it gets smaller and smaller, but it's the same thing. Okay, we finally got to the head. What is all of this? I guess instead of having different textures, it's just different models for the eyes. That's a very interesting way of doing that. God. Alright, let's try a different model then for Mario Shaka is what I call it. Probably. Alright, let's try one of these models. Let's try Scarlet and Violet then. 5th gen, 6th gen. Let's try this one. I just pushed the wrong one, didn't I? No, is it part of? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. And then we go to downloads. We unzip this. Don't care. We're gonna select it to desktop. Let's see. Pokemon models. Alright. That's. Then we're going to go to file. Let's see. Imports. Desktop. Pokemon models. Greninja. There he is. Interesting. Let's see. Which one's this? Alright, that's normal for this. Alright. Should look out for small bones as they can give some more control. Okay. Scarlet Violet is problematic, but not as problematic as that one was. Yeah, Scarlet and Violet is, I imagine, still. I haven't really played it, but I know the basically the thing with it is that it's a buggy mess. Let's try this one. This one looks exactly the same. Oh wait, no, is it doing the thing that Scizor did? I remember now. Hold on. I had the same issue with the Scizor model. So let's look at the size. 281 kilobytes, 194 kilobytes. This is the nicer model, but which one's this? 720. Oh, this is the one that looks nice. All right. All right. Let's see. Ah, there's the armature. That's front. Looks very minimal. Ooh. Wow. Okay, let's see. Also, you may have found a low detail version. Okay, with one with the high quality and without the low thing. Okay, let's see. Okay, what is going on? This, hold on. It's not supposed to be behaving this way, is it? What is going on here? What is wrong with this? Oh, I'm doing R. Grab, that's why. Hold on, let's see. R. No. R is also rotation. Rotating is also broken. What did they do to? Look how they massacred my boy. What is wrong with it? And I don't even see, like, oh, the bones are just really tiny and or shrunken. No, they're just not there. The model's bones are actually just missing. This wasn't Inteleon where I just had to find the bones that were super tiny and expand them, per se. No, it's just, hold on, let's see. It only has 10 bones. 10. This only has 10 bones. Or no. What's going on? What is, okay, that's no. Okay, hold on. What? Ah, do this, right. Here we go. This is the bony textures. Okay, there we go. 74 bones. Hold on, let's see. What is going on with this thing? I'm not sure if that's supposed to. Yeah, I don't think that's supposed to happen either. What is wrong with this thing? This does not look like 74 bones. If this is 74 bones, where are they? Please enlighten me. Oh my god, what is going on? What is wrong with this model? Maybe it's... Nope, it doesn't. Okay. Okay, let's just do this real quick. Has a high polygon count, so it's obviously put a lot of textures into it, but what is going on? It's for the shoulder, right? Shoulder, right arm. One. Oh, let's see. Let's go. Let's see. Let's just look at this. Right. What is? That does this? This doesn't do anything. I can't even move or grab it. Hold on. Oh wait, hold on. What's this? Or is that just a spot on my screen? No. No, that's definitely something right there. What is that? Right feeler. Ah, it's for that. Yes, because that would need to move for some reason at some point. What is wrong with this thing? This is probably by far one of the most scuffed models ever, I swear. What's this? It's for the foot, but why is this just... There's nothing here. There's no model or anything there. No there's no armature there. There's no bone. Yet this thing is stuck in place. What if I go to object mode? Just move the whole thing. Okay, no, it doesn't do that. Oh my goodness gracious. Let's go to this. Pose mode. Do that. Okay, so I see those. What is this? Eyelid. Doesn't even move. Doesn't work. Okay, no, there's this one. Oh, this is for the left. Wait, what? Why do they have the eyelid for the left eye on the right side of his head? Yeah, I think I'm going to have fun and good luck. Thank you. What is going... Oh my god, this thing's just as messed up, if not worse. Okay, you know what? Bathroom break. I need a break from this. Just for real quick. Okay. I'm sorry, Cap, but I need to get up. Goodness gracious. Alright, I'm back. Okay. But there was even a shiny version of this. model in the folder. I realize now. Right. Okay, this one sucks too. Alright. Well, let's try a different game. Let's try. Wait. Yeah. 3DS. Come on, X and Y. Like, this is the weird thing right here. It's just. Like, why isn't the mouth tongue coming out of the mouth for this one? Whatever. Do that, and then right, extract. I don't care. Extract 2. Alright. Import. Some Y. There we go. One is just as cursed, apparently, if not more so. At least a normal size. Those are wacky looking eyes there. Whoa. He has these on here too. Look at that. Why? Wait a minute. This bone isn't even connected to anything. Oh, because it's broken. Of course it is. Oh, let's go. Yeah. Why is it? Why is it like this? Oh, it does. Does Greninja even look like this in the game? No, it doesn't. The the tongue is covering the mouth. Why is it like this? This doesn't look right at all. Oh, you know what? I guess if I really wanted a decent enough looking version of this thing that had everything working, I would just have to find someone to do it for me. So you know what? I really can't complain. I don't know how much effort it takes and what it takes for people to go into what. I don't know what it takes for people to do this. Let's. Oh, where there's that one where the mouth is also not covered. The tongue scarf is also not covering the mouth. Interesting. I guess Greninja will just have to be. I mean, it's not like Mega Rufian Alpha Sapphire. Okay, was it Pokedex 3D? There's nothing even in this. Okay. Pokedex 3D Pro. Well, there are models here, but their quality here is of questionable quality. This is where I got the Trapinch one, I think. It's fine. What's going on for Quasar here? He's just okay. Gen 5. It's Gen 6. Ah, they don't have Gen 6. Okay. Mega Rufian Alpha Sapphire. 5th, 6th. No. Okay, this. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Super Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, but the quality of these are just really And it's not like, oh, because the person did a good job. Just the graphics, the choice of graphics or whatever in the game is like this for a reason. The art style, that's why. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's Greninja. Let's try this one. Ah. Look at that. Let's see. Well, there we go. Let's see. I mean, it seems alright. Doesn't do anything. Yeah, this one's very basic and simplistic due to the nature of the game. Which I can't really fault them for. Oh well.
Options will also disable them. Now, some of you may remember that the icon for modifiers for meshes is a wrench icon in the Properties tab. Similarly, in the graph editor, wrench icons also represent curve modifiers, but the only time you see this icon is next to the channel names. That's because this wrench icon next to the channels in the graph editor is for toggling on and off curve modifiers for that specific curve for your convenience. Likewise, the checkbox disables the curve's values from affecting the object at all, and the lock icon prevents changes to be made on that curve. As a final note, several of the dopesheet and timeline features exist here as well. For example, you can still add markers in the graph editor and edit them, and you can also set your preview range in the same way. I hope this video gives you a fundamental understanding of the graph editor in Blender.
It does not.
The graph editor is the most advanced keyframe manipulator in Blender. To access the graph editor, you have a few options. In any workspace, you could go to the top left-hand corner of any panel and select Graph Editor from the drop-down. Alternatively, you can go to the Animation workspace and go to the Dopesheet area. From there, you can hover over it and press Ctrl-Tab. This will toggle between the Dopesheet and the Graph Editor. For non-hotkey users, you can go to View, Toggle Graph Editor, or Toggle Graph Dopesheet to achieve the same thing. Compared to the Dopesheet, the Graph Editor can do many of the same things, but also allows the user to view and edit the motion curves directly. Let me show you what I mean. Let's go ahead and make some keyframes for our object so we can see what this looks like. Just like our timeline video, let's once again animate a simple bouncing ball. To do this, simply subdivide your default cube by holding Ctrl and pressing 2 on the number row. Then turn on Auto Keyframe. We'll set a keyframe for a high pose on the first frame, go to frame 10, set a low pose where it's touching the grid, set a much lower high pose on frame 15, and do the same thing as frame 10 for frame 20 for our final low pose. You may have noticed by now that our keyframes in the graph editor are represented by orange handles along the curves we see displayed. Now we also want to change the handle type for our extreme low poses on frame 20 and 10. This will once again give us that bouncing ball look. However, let's figure out how to do that in the graph editor real quick. Unlike the Dopesheet and Timeline, there is no summary of keyframes where we can easily select all of the keyframes on a certain frame. So to achieve this same effect, let's simply find frame 10 and Alt left click any of the keyframes on frame 10. This will select all keyframes vertically on the same frame as the keyframe you selected. Now we can simply change the handle type by going to Key, Handle Type, and selecting Vector. Hotkey users can still press V. Now, as you can see, the handles have visually changed this time. Unlike the Dopesheet and Timeline, the graph editor directly shows you what changing the handle type looks like in terms of the interpolation curves. Let's repeat this process for frame 20. Alt left click, press V, select Vector. We can then play our animation with spacebar again to confirm that we did it right. Now let's observe our graph editor a little more closely to see how similar and how different it is from the Dopesheet. Before we move on, I want to say that in case your graph editor is too zoomed in or you can't see all of your frames, simply hover over the graph editor and press Home. You can also go to View, View All. The first thing we'll notice that's the same is the left-hand column. Just like the Dopesheet, the keyframes have all been assigned to specific channels. You can expand and collapse channels by clicking the arrow or using the plus or minus keys on the number pad while hovering over the channels. However, you might notice that while the channels are listed, there are no distinct rows of keyframes to see which keyframes belong to which channels. Now, we already know that the keyframes are indicated by the orange handles you see spread out along the curves. And each curve belongs to a channel. Simply left-click any of the channels on the left to highlight the corresponding curve in the graph. To isolate a curve, you can left-click to select it, go to the channel menu, and click Hide Unselected Curves. For hotkey users, you can press Shift-H, as in hide. This will hide all other curves for you. To unhide all other curves, simply go back into the same channel menu and select Reveal Curves. For hotkey users, you can press Alt-H. Now, let's go ahead and isolate only the location curves, and try to manipulate our keyframes and curves using the graph editor. As you can see, each of the keyframes in each channel exists on their respective curves as these orange handles, which we can select and transform using the same selection and transformation options we typically have in Blender. I'm going to simply shift left click a few of these keyframes and start using G, S, and R to transform them. As you can see, moving, rotating, and scaling keyframes are all possible in the graph editor, allowing for very versatile and intuitive transformation of the curves. But what if we select a single handle? Each handle by itself is technically made up of 3 selectable parts: the main body and the 2 handlebars. By default, the endpoints of each handlebar can be transformed as a way to rotate the entire handle and manipulate the length of the handles, which affect how the curve interpolates between keyframes. You can also select the body
God
and
bless
use
America.
R or S to rotate or scale both handlebars simultaneously.
I can't
However,
learn anything.
handle
This is
transformation
impossible. I can't stay awake for that. I keep dozing off. I don't know why. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, and it's very frustrating. Because the moment I go to do something else, like, oh, I'm wide awake. There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. Yet when I try and sit down and learn something, it's just
differs depending on what
genuinely
handle
cannot
type we
stay
use.
awake.
For example, the vector handle
got plenty
types
of
we
sleep
have
too,
at
so
the
this
extreme
shouldn't be a
low poses
problem.
of our ball
Why?
can be edited individually on each side. It also cannot be rotated, as vector handle types must point to the previous keyframe. Quick note, when you break an individual handlebar off of its default orientation, it will convert the keyframe handle type to free. Free is when both handles move independently from each other, and you can set it to free yourself manually. Feel free to experiment with other handle types. Another thing we talked about is the interpolation modes. Interpolation modes can also be very easily changed in the dope sheet and timeline, but we never talked about what they look like in the graph editor. Since the graph editor is comprised specifically of interpolated curves, the interpolation mode greatly affects how the interpolated curves look. Let's try a few by isolating the Z location curve and selecting all the keyframes by pressing A. We can then go into the key menu, go to interpolation mode, and select constant. As you can see, the constant interpolation mode removes all curve interpolation and simply repeats the previous keyframe's value until it encounters another keyframe. If this looks like a familiar pattern to you, it might be because you saw it in the interpolation mode menu for constant. As you can see, each of the interpolation modes has an icon that represents what the curves look like when in that mode. Feel free to test out these modes to better understand them. Bezier, however, is the default, and we'll be changing ours back to Bezier for now. Now that we've gotten basic curve manipulation out of the way, let's talk about more advanced curve manipulation options. Specifically, curve modifiers. Curve modifiers are similar to mesh modifiers in that they are extremely powerful, non-destructive functions that can help you alter and adjust your curves. There are a few curve modifiers, but to demonstrate this, I'm going to show you how to use the noise curve modifier. To add curve modifiers, simply open the right-hand side menu in the graph editor. You can do this by clicking the arrow icon on the right or pressing the N key. From this right-hand side menu, go to the Modifiers tab. Make sure you have the curve you want to modify selected. We'll go ahead and select our Z location curve by clicking on the Z location channel on the left-hand side. Then we can go into the Add Modifier drop-down menu and select Noise. For hotkey users, you can simply hover over the graph editor and press Ctrl-Shift-M and select Noise from that menu. Immediately, you can see how the noise modifier affects our curve, as the curve now has a noise pattern added all throughout it. If we play our animation back, we can see that a slight shaking effect has now been added on top of our original animation. Even if we set new keyframes or move them around, the shaking effect adjusts to the curve dynamically. Just like mesh modifiers, We can also adjust the modifier settings to change how the modifier affects our curve. Each modifier has different settings to play around with, so feel free to experiment. But these two options at the bottom are available for every single curve modifier. This is because they affect the on and off state of the modifier. If we expand the Restrict Frame Range option, we can see a start and end range that we can set. This will allow us to restrict the effect of the modifier to specific frames along our curve. Additionally, the in and out frames will allow us to fade the modifier influence in and out a certain number of frames. For example, if I set the fade in value to 10, the curve modifier will slowly fade in the influence of the effect over the course of 10 frames. Furthermore, you can also manually adjust or keyframe the influence slider just below that under Use Influence. Collapsing either of these options will also disable them. Now, some of you may remember that the icon for modifiers for meshes is a wrench icon in the Properties tab. Similarly, in the graph editor, wrench icons also represent curve modifiers, but the only time you see this icon is next to the channel names. That's because this wrench icon next to the channels in the graph editor is for toggling on and off curve modifiers for that specific curve for your convenience. Likewise, the checkbox disables the curve's values from affecting the object at all, and the lock icon prevents changes to be made on that curve. As a final note, several of the dope sheet and timeline features exist here as well. For example, you can still add markers in the graph editor and edit them, and you can also set your preview range in the same way. I hope this video gives you a fundamental understanding of the graph editor in Blender.
In this video,
I couldn't even stay awake for it. I can't stay awake for it. This is frustrating me. I don't know what to do right now.
The graph
Spring Breakout has arrived at Great Wolf Lodge. Our lodges are brimming with springtime fun, attractions, dance parties, and our indoor water park. It's an 84-degree oasis for your pack. Book your Spring Breakout stay today at greatwolf.com.
When we tell people it took 138 iterations to refine the Tiguan chassis, they say,
Legs. We use them every day, and walking is probably one of the most common things animators animate. But what exactly goes into animating them? If you're not an animator, it can seem as simple as putting one foot in front of the other, but it all goes a lot deeper than that. Hip sways, foot rolling, leg extensions, there's all sorts of things to keep track of as an animator. And all of it goes well beyond just animating walk cycles. So first we need to understand what goes into animating legs themselves, starting with animating weight. Keeping your feet on the ground is one of the most important concepts to understand in animation, and it's probably the first thing you learn before anything else. If your animation doesn't keep the feet locked down, suddenly everything loses its weight. Nothing feels quite right. If a character needs to jump, but their feet move out of place while jumping, the movement quickly loses all of its impact and weight. But if you make sure the feet stay locked in place right up until they jump in the air, then everything feels much better. In 2D animation, you can call this registering the feet because you're making sure the feet stay where they are every frame. And in 3D animation, you can set the feet to IK so they stick in place. And then, when a character does jump, you want to make sure there's a good amount of leg extension before the feet come off the ground. You can push this a lot farther than you'd think for really meaty, cartoony jumps by having your character's feet stick pretty far onto the ground while their body and legs stretch upwards. In some video games, they'll even do this as the feet come back to the ground to make everything feel really meaty and impactful. Finally, if your character is large or weighs more, they'll have a much bigger windup before they jump. The larger a character is, the slower their movement is going to be in general. All of this communicates weight. By keeping the feet locked to the ground, you're grounding the character in such a way that communicates the weight. Without it, there's no communication. How heavy is this bowling ball if my legs are floating around? Once my feet are locked in place, you suddenly get a sense of how heavy it is. Sometimes you'll see animators cheat the legs by not showing the feet. This is because your brain can fill in the gaps off screen. You sort of naturally imagine the feet staying in place off screen, even though that might not be the case. It's a pretty good way to save time by not animating what's not going to be shown, only suggesting it. Plus, it frees up the animator to position the character where they need them best, like Woody here, who's able to tower over Buzz since his feet are off screen. So now that you understand weight, we can start to understand walks. These are sort of the bread and butter of animation, and it's one of my favorite things to animate just because of how much of the character's personality you can pack into a short amount of time. A walk can be boiled down to just a handful of key poses. Contact, down, pass, up, contact. You can get more specific than that, but I think those are the most important poses to understand. Contact is when the foot first meets the ground, specifically at the back of the heel. Usually the front-facing foot is fully extended while the back leg is bent. Down is sort of the recoil after the foot makes contact. The front foot is now totally flat on the ground while the back foot is just barely lifting off. Pass is probably the most awkward looking in a still image because it's mid-walk. The front foot is passing backwards while the back foot is starting to pass forwards. Up is the highest point in the cycle before it repeats. In order to communicate the weight that I was talking about earlier, you really want the body to reach the highest point in the cycle here. Then the body will drop down right when it starts to make contact. Walking is effectively falling forward, but your feet catch yourself each time, and that drop is the fall forward. Finally, we make the next contact. Now the steps repeat for the other leg. Separating walk cycles out into these individual poses makes walks a lot more approachable and easy to understand. Once you start here and have these poses in place, you can start to work in all the little additional details that make walks come alive. For example, let's take a look at the hips. First, and most importantly, you want them to counterbalance the legs. They work a bit like a scale. Because one leg is being lifted up, it pulls the opposite side of the hips down. But during the pass pose, they begin to balance and straighten out before they fully turn the other way at the contact pose. This hip rotation is pretty crucial to nail down, as it balances the character and makes the walk feel much more natural. Afterwards, you can add hip swaying to each side. All characters tend to move their hips from side to side as they walk, but how much the hips move can depend on who they are as a personality. It's also a little easier to wrap your head around it if you imagine the hips making a figure 8 motion as they move and rotate around. The movement of the upper body should be creating an up and down motion, and then you have a side to side motion from the hip swing. That should naturally create a figure 8 as the character goes through a walk cycle. Down further in the legs, you have the feet. Typically, you want the foot to sort of peel off the ground when it lifts. The heel comes first as it's directly attached to the leg, and it rotates around the ball at the front of the foot. This foot roll is an interesting little detail of animation because it's easy to forget, yet if it's missing, it's hard to place what feels off. If you animate without it, legs can feel just a little bit stiff, or they have the same issue as earlier of lifting off the ground weightlessly. Also, you should make sure that the feet move at the same speed until they hit the ground. In 3D animation especially, it's easy to make the mistake of having the foot get slower or ease in as it approaches the ground, since that's often what the program will do automatically. Something object in motion stays in motion until acted upon by a force. Fig Newton. One final detail in walks is the upper body movement. Everything above the hips mirrors the legs, so the arms will sway on opposite sides of the legs, and the chest rotates the opposite way of the hips. This is because the upper body is balancing itself by twisting in the opposite direction as it walks. If you try animating with the arms out on the same side as the legs, nothing feels quite right. It's pretty easy to make this mistake, so always make sure your arms are opposite your legs, not on the same side. Alright, so we have the basics of a walk down. Now we can inject some personality into it. One of the easiest ways to communicate personality and emotion is by shifting the center of gravity. If your character is angry and ready to punch someone, shift their hips and upper body forward a bit. Their center of gravity will be in front of them, causing them to take wider steps. The same is true if you shift their body backwards. They still take wide steps, but it can instead create a sense of pride or happiness because they're opening their body up a bit more. Mess with a character's center of gravity throughout the walk cycle and they begin to feel drunk or sick. Keep it locked down the center and suddenly they feel uptight, like a military officer. Turn their body away from what they're walking towards, and they seem cautious or afraid. These small changes affect a lot of the personality of a character because of how important a sense of weight is in animation. While body language as a whole communicates personality, the hips are sort of the center of a character's movement, and all movement in a character is grounded at the feet. So when you start to mess with the feet, you begin to mess with the character as a whole. It seems simple, but foot placement can have a lot to do with what emotion and personality your character is conveying. But a lot of different parts of a walk cycle can have just little bits of personality to them. Characters can swing their feet much more widely to create a laid-back nature, and stomp their feet when they're angry. Tiptoeing creates a sense of daintiness or a need to be quiet alongside moving and lifting the feet more slowly. There's just a lot you can do with legs to communicate personality, and I'd be here all day if I went into every little thing about them. So instead, I recommend you check out Kevin Perry's 100 Ways to Walk. It's a legendary video that pretty much demonstrates everything I just said with far more visuals than I can animate. And Kevin himself is a seasoned stop-motion film animator. It really showcases just how important center of gravity is to animation. So walks are all fine and dandy, but what about running? It may seem like a lot of the same principles apply, and they mostly do, but there's a lot of key differences. One of the most important being that a proper run has both feet lifted off the ground for just a brief moment. This would be where the up pose is in a walk cycle. This principle is actually so important to run cycles that it's sort of the reason why animation exists in the first place. One of the earliest motion pictures in the late 1800s proved that horses lift all of their feet off the ground while running. And this principle can be found in basically all running mammals. Anyways, when it comes to running humans, all the principles I just talked about with walks are pretty much turned up to 11. You'll want to separate the feet a lot more, the legs go further back, the body lifts up higher, and the sense of weight is far more important. You really want a big drop in the body at that down pose since you're really launching the character with each step. Since the legs are throwing themselves really far apart from each other, the upper body has to do a lot to balance itself. You'll usually see the arms keeping the body centered and balanced by swinging inward. From a side view, the feet will also create that figure 8 again, like the hips. If you track one foot during a run cycle, you'll start to see that figure 8 appear. This doesn't apply to walks because they hit the ground more often, but for runs, the feet are launching the body off the ground with each step, so they tend to go higher in the air to create that figure 8 motion. Compared to walks, running tends to happen with more intent. While walking happens naturally and people do it without thinking, characters tend to run only when they need to, so you need to account for why the character is running and see if you can convey that emotion in their pose.
So we've talked about walking, running, and jumping, but there's one more movement in the legs that we need to cover: standing. Because even standing has a little bit of animation to it.
You can usually start by having the feet face outwards a bit.
Ugh, God damn it. Yeah? Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Yep. It's not like I'm in the middle of something myself, but hey, who cares? Literally in the middle of watching something. I'm gonna finish watching first. Cause I'm starting to realize I don't know if I'm taking this information in or not. And if I'm gonna be able to use it, but I'm definitely staying awake for it. It's keeping me engaged. I'm able to focus on this. I'm not falling asleep like I was with the other tutorial, which I don't understand. I mean, maybe it's because it's just how my brain is wired. I don't know, but this is working for me.
A bit, and then dropping the hips to bend the knees. This creates a very neutral stance that works for a character standing at rest. If you were animating background characters just standing around without much personality, then this is pretty much all you need. Characters don't tend to keep their feet in one place for very long though. They'll start to shift their balance and weight a bit from side to side, to give one of their feet a short rest. So just like we learned earlier with maintaining the center of gravity, any lean to one side is going to require you to move the foot a little bit to keep the character balanced. Keep repeating this and you'll get a nice idle loop, with the character shifting the balance in their feet as they stand, so they tend to keep alive without physically doing anything. Keep alive is a bigger animation concept we'll get into another day, but this weight shifting is a really important part of it. So what about when a character loses balance? The same rules about center of gravity apply, but this time personality isn't much of a factor. Characters that lose balance tend to react the same way as everyone else. Here you have lots of rapid foot placement changes as a character desperately tries to regain their balance in a panic. It's something the brain does automatically, whether we know it or not. But it's very, very important you try to keep at least one foot on the ground at all times, even during movements like this. Unlike running, where you're basically launching yourself with each step, allowing for both feet to leave the ground at once, at all other times your weight and balance is trying to stay centered. That's only possible when at least one foot is on the ground at a time. Otherwise, if both feet are off the ground and it's not clear why, suddenly their weight, their balance, the center of gravity, all of that doesn't make sense. It's all connected. And you can only communicate all of that when the legs are stable. There's a lot more to legs than what I can cover here, but I don't want to make things too overwhelming. There's hundreds of different ways to animate walking since it's tied so closely to personality, so it's important that we just start with the fundamentals. Just like the arms video, I think instead you should also check out Richard Williams' Animator Survival Kit, because almost half the entire book is on walks. It's not only one of the first things animators learn, but it's also one of the most important, and it's one of the things you'll do the most often. Hopefully this video helps you understand all of it a little better. Thanks for watching.
This video was supported by my lovely patrons: Burden Hunter, Just
Here's
Nero,
an animation
Turbo
breakdown of a moment from my YouTube video on animating arms, which uses only 3 hands and 3 faces. First, we move everything down and then up and back down again. The brain anticipates the movement and moves down, then back up in reaction, and comes back down for the hand movement. Next is rotation, where we rotate the brain downwards to trail behind its movement upwards. And then the same in the other direction, and it rotates just a little bit to settle. On the down movement, we switch to the blinking face, and on the up movement, we switch to the realization face. You can hide
hide big changes in fast movements, and characters tend to blink when they're thinking or moving quickly. For the hands, let's apply all of the same principles. Trail the hands behind the main body, switch their drawings during fast movements, and have it settle at the end. Finally, we'll do a big layer of squash and stretch on everything to give it a bit more life. We squash the character downwards, making sure to conserve mass by stretching them out, and then we'll stretch them as they go upwards. And we'll do the same for the hands, stretching the left hand by a lot as it comes down to give it a smear frame, and then really squash it downwards to give it impact. And we'll add a little flare, and we're done.
Where's this book that he mentioned? Where was that book that he mentioned? Hold on.
So check out Richard Williams.
Richard Williams, Animator's Survival Kit. Hold on. The animator, there it is. Oh, it doesn't seem that expensive. I will keep that in mind. And when I say that, I'll probably just forget about it later, but I'll try and keep it in mind when I go to do something. I don't know. Where is Arms?
I joined the Old Spice Hair Rescue crew really to make a difference.
Actually,
I look around and see guys.
Let's see.
Arms. They've got something of a mind of their own, and they can be one of the most expressive parts of a character.
Okay, before I do this, I need to go do something that my mom asked me to do because she couldn't do it herself, or God knows why. And since if I don't do it, it's going to cause complications, so I better go do it. But I'll be back. I'm actually This is keeping my attention. I am intrigued as to how I'm not falling asleep while watching this, whereas I was with the other video on the fundamentals of Blender, which implies that something is keeping me captivated. Maybe it's more engaging. Maybe it's more entertaining. Like, I don't know, but it shows that I'm capable of watching something that's educational while maintaining consciousness. Now, whether or not I'm retaining and I'm going to be able to internalize the information that I'm being told is an entirely different thing altogether, but I'm just going to have to figure that out for myself. There's a lot of stuff about me that I need to work on. But you know what? It is what it is. I'm going to go now, and I'm going to go and work on whatever it is that I need to do that I'm probably going to get frustrated doing because my mom asked me to do something with an expectation that it won't be that difficult, where it's going to be more complicated because she didn't set me up to do this at all. She's like, oh, can you just go do this thing all of a sudden right now? Even though I didn't make it where you can actually do this without it being, oh, you also have to do this in order to do that. You know what? Whatever. That's just how life is. I'll be back. I'm sorry. yourself. Because God forbid if I can do it myself right. Which is why I usually don't do it in the first place. Because if I did it myself, well, I'm certainly not going to be able to do it right. You're just going to get mad at me for it. Who cares, right? Just take it out on me, even though I did my best, but my best wasn't good enough, so you're going to get mad at me for it, even though you wanted it done the way you wanted, you should have done yourself, but you don't do it yourself, because you're too freaking lazy to do it. Oh, okay. Alright. Just back to work. Doing this. I say work, but it's not.
In 2D, it's really easy to animate them. You just draw the arms, but in 3D, it's a lot more finicky because in 3D, you have to animate each individual part of that arm. You can't just draw it. So it's a lot more difficult to kind of wrap your head around, but you can usually do it in one of two ways. You can start from the shoulder to the upper arm to the lower arm to the wrist, or you can start from the end of the arm at the wrist and then have everything else follow that movement. That's FK versus IK. And each mode kind of has its own purposes. FK is very predictable. It's more precise. You're starting from the top and going down, and you have control over every part of it. And it's rotation based, so curves are a lot easier. You can do big sweeping motions with FK. And meanwhile, IK is all about positioning the end of the chain, so naturally it's better at straight motions. So if you wanted to have your character throw a punch, for example, you would probably do that in IK because you can have the punch go in a straight line. FK is good at animating rotations, while IK is good at animating positions. But that doesn't mean you need to necessarily stick to either one. For example, if you wanted to blend between the two in the middle of a punch, then you can do that. You can wind up the punch in FK and then throw the punch in IK. Or since IK is good at keeping a hand stuck in place, then you can have it stuck on a table. You can have it placed on a table and stay there. Or you can slam a fist on a table and have it be really forceful that way. So first you wind up the arm in FK and then have it come slamming down in IK. And then because it's in IK, it will stay there. So you can animate the rest of the arm, like the shoulder, sort of reacting to the slam of the fist. And all the while the fist is locked down and stuck. Let's say you need to have one of your arms or hands stick to something that's moving. Like if you have two hands on a pull, for example, you can set one arm to IK, and you can even have the other arm in FK and have it move around while the IK arm is stuck to it and rotating with it. You could also have the IK arm stick to the hips or the head. IK is just good at getting something to stick, basically. You can even animate a finger in IK if you need to hold the end of the finger in place with the rest of the hand following it. For example, if you want to have the finger push a big button and have the hand sort of react to that push, then having the end of that finger in IK is a really good idea. That said, you don't need to have IK stick in place. You can have it follow the rest of the arm and the shoulder just like FK does. It's usually a little obvious when beginner animators are animating an IK because they'll tend to have the rest of the body move while the hands are sticking in place. So if you like animating an IK, and that's fine, just have the IK follow the upper body and then everything else feels natural. You can get the ease of use out of animating an IK while making it look a lot more natural to have it follow the upper body. Let's come back to this technical stuff later and talk about characters and how you can animate arms to be expressive and emotive. The easiest way to think about this is to get into a character's head and try to communicate what they're thinking with their arms. We don't just intentionally and consciously move our arms around, but we move them unintentionally too. Like if a character is afraid of something, they're going to raise their shoulders and straighten their arms. This is when your arms are sort of moving by themselves, so to speak. Typically, when animating reactions like this, the shoulder reacts to everything first, and then comes the rest of the arm. Kind of like the farther away the body part is from the brain, the slower it takes to react to whatever's going on. Instead of your arm snapping to a pose all at once, it ends up feeling a lot more natural if you stagger that motion out to the rest of the arm, doing one at a time, kind of cascading forward. That said, if a character is intentionally raising their arms, we might change which one goes first. Like if they're pointing at something, their hand is probably going to lead that movement, and that hand should come first. Or they might raise their elbow first and get their arm into position, rotating their whole arm before pointing with their finger. Starting with the elbow almost builds up that force, and usually looks a lot more natural than just snapping into position. Thinking about what comes first and last when you're animating arms can really add a lot of spice to your animation because it makes your character feel like they're intentionally making the decision to move rather than just kind of robotically moving into place. So, how do you know how much your character should emote with their arms? Obviously, you have characters that are very emotive, and some who are more reserved and quiet. And then you even have characters who are very quiet and intentionally keep their arms down and by their sides. It's kind of a spectrum, going from quiet and reserved to bombastic and emotive. The far left side isn't just quiet, but intentionally quiet. Characters who are making the conscious decision to not move much, either because they're very shy or they're just trying to stay still for whatever reason. Maybe they're stealthing around and being quiet. Then you have characters who are very bombastic and loud, either because they get angry or excited and make a lot of conscious movements in order to fill up a room, or because they overreact to something and unintentionally move their arms like crazy, kind of like scaredy cats who flail their arms around as they run away from something. If you want a good example of the spectrum, you can take a look at Rango. He's a meek, nervous guy that loves showmanship and acting. He has two sides to him that are both ends of the spectrum. So around strangers, he tends to be pretty shy and reserved, and intentionally he keeps his arms by his sides. But when he's playing a character like he does through most of the film, and he's telling a story, he's a lot more eccentric and dramatic, and he gestures and poses like a Hollywood star. So when he's nervous and scared, he tends to keep his arms pretty close to himself rather than being big and bombastic, since that shyness represents who he really is.
Oh my god, here we go.
The Kardashians have redefined the American.
But emotions aren't everything. A character isn't entirely made of emotions, they're also made of mechanics. Mechanics being how a character naturally moves as they do something. Earlier we talked about how a character moves their shoulders first before anything else in the arm, and that's just as true for mechanics. If a character has to force something, like if they're pushing or throwing something, then that movement starts in the shoulder. In punches, you'll often see that the character throws their whole shoulder first, and then the fist follows. For the rest of the arm, we can look at its mechanics in terms of arcs. Arms are a really great place to analyze arcs because the arm itself can move in a 360-degree circular fashion, just like we did earlier when we looked at FK animation. And when the arm and the forearm bend together, they can go in a straight line in and out, while the elbow can go in a straight line down. Combining these, you can get a nice contrast between both. If you analyze a movement by tracking the wrist and elbow, you'll see the kinds of arcs and straight lines animators use to make their animation really pop. That said, when it comes to 3D animation, the forearm gets a little more complex. You can only bend it in and out, not turn it or twist it. And if you try twisting your own arm in real life, you'll notice that the rotation starts at your upper arm instead of the forearm. Technically, nothing is really stopping you from animating the forearm going in other directions, and cartoonier animation will break this rule all the time. It tends to make characters feel really springy and goofy, and this is actually one of the many reasons that motion capture can look really stiff when applied to cartoon characters, because cartoonier animation will tend to break a lot of those rules, including bending the forearms inwards, among many other reasons that motion capture when applied to cartoon characters looks kinda jank.
Mars needs moms.
By the way, when I talk about mechanics, I don't just mean how the arm moves, but why it moves a certain way. The way an arm moves can be based on technique, personality, even the thoughts in the character's head and what they might be saying. The important part here is to reference real life and try acting out the movement yourself. Don't worry about being a good athlete or an actor. Acting out the movement yourself is extremely important to intrinsically understand the motion. With those mechanics in mind, let's blend the two together, emotions with mechanics. The best example of blending emotions with mechanics in the arms is weight. If a character is lifting something, you can almost think of the weight as equal to how much mechanics you're animating with versus how much emotions the character has. What's your character thinking when they're lifting something? If it's heavy, do they expect it to be heavy? A character with a pencil isn't going to worry about lifting and moving that pencil around, so it's all about the emotions and thoughts on using that pencil. Meanwhile, if a character expects something to be heavy, it could be a mix of emotions with mechanics. Emotionally, they'll be prepared to lift it, so you'd animate their arms according to their personality and feelings. But mechanically, they would be straining and adjusting their arms according to how heavy it is for them. So weight's just a really good example of emotions versus mechanics, but this concept kind of applies to everything, so you should keep it in mind when you're animating arms. Alright, let's talk about spaces. Remember how I mentioned that if you wanted your IK arms to feel natural, you can just have them follow the upper body? This is a concept called space switching. If your arms are following something, it's in that something's space. So if it's not stuck in place, but instead moving with the upper body, then it's in the upper body space, or usually in our case, the shoulder space to be specific. If the IK arm is stuck, then it's in world space, i.e. it's not following anything but the world itself, which doesn't move. But IK isn't the only thing that can switch spaces. You can also switch spaces for FK too. So let's say that normally the FK arm is in the shoulder or upper body space. So it's always rotating with the rest of the body, including when the character bends over and turns around. But if it was instead in the world space, it will still move with the upper body, but not rotate with it. So if your FK arm is in world space, then you could, say, raise the shoulder without raising the whole arm. This can make for some really natural shoulder movements without having to lower the arm back down as you move the shoulders up. I personally prefer doing as much animation as possible while the FK arms are in world space because I think it creates the most naturalistic looking animation out of anything. Elbows. We're going to talk about elbows. Space switching is super useful for elbows. If you're leaning your arms on a wall, for example, you're not going to get much of anywhere with just IK. Your IK can stick in place, but your elbows could end up going right through the surface. Space switching can solve that. Normally, the elbows are in the shoulder space and move with the upper body, but if you need them locked down, you can switch them to world space and keep them locked down even when the rest of the body and the arm is moving with it. One of my favorite parts of Richard Williams' Animator's Survival Kit is how he animates this fist slamming down. He leads with the elbow, and then the forearm, and then the fist. And like I mentioned, this is a lot simpler in 2D animation than it is in 3D, but here's a little breakdown for 3D animators. Animate the arm in FK for the raise, lead with the elbow, and then as the elbow comes slamming down, switch that elbow to world space. So as it makes contact, it's going to stick in place. And then finally the forearm comes down and the fist switches to IK. So the result of that is that you have your forearm, your elbow, your fist, all stuck in place while the character can still move around without clipping into the surface. And that means you can get a nice reaction out of the shoulder and the rest of the body in reaction to the fist coming down. So that about covers everything I want to talk about with arms. This is something of a series I'm doing on animating various body parts, legs, spines, heads, eyes, all that. And they're meant to be sort of a basic introduction to much bigger concepts in animation and hopefully makes it less scary for people who have never animated in their life. So if you're interested in watching those in the future, you can do all the usual YouTube stuff. All of that really helps me out by pushing it into the algorithm. As always, the music in this video is all done by my friend Jfu. If you'd like to check out the rest of his music, you can find his work at Jfu.
It's everything you wished for. Your site traffic is skyrocketing. Until...
Rigging in 3D may seem complex when you first look at it. You've probably seen rigs like this and think, what do any of those controls do? And how do you even begin to set them up? But when you break it all down, it's actually not that bad. You just need to think of it as 3 individual components: skeletons, skins, and controls. You probably already understand these 3 concepts just by name. I mean, it's what humans are made up of. You control the skeleton.
I understand these 2. I don't... Nah.
And the skeleton controls the skin. It's really as simple as that. With that in mind, all we need to do is understand how each of these components work individually, and then put them all together in the end. So let's give it a shot, starting with skeletons. Consider the following. Let's say you have an action figure, and you want to take it apart. You could remove its arms and legs, but you can still pose those body parts by themselves. You can still flex the arm, pose the hand, extend the leg. It's still an entire arm and leg. Then you continue to take it apart, removing the forearm from the upper arm, the thigh from the calf. Now, when it's in pieces like this, you can't pose any of it. So that means each body part controls what's attached to it. When you put the arm back together, the upper arm controls the forearm, and the forearm controls the hand. And the same goes for the leg. The thigh controls the calf controls the foot. This creates a hierarchy. One part controls another part. You can think of it sort of like a chain, where moving one part of the chain moves the next one down the chain. If you put the arm back in place, it'll be controlled by the body. If you snap the legs back in, then the hips will control the legs. And just like the video I did on legs, everything starts at the hips. So the hips control everything, then the body, then the arms and head. The same is true for skeletons, both real and virtual. A skeleton is made up of a hierarchy of bones or joints. To make things easier, we can think of everything at the top of a hierarchy a parent, and anything below it as a child. A child follows whatever the parent does. This parent-child hierarchy is the most basic building block of rigging. If all you want to do is put solid objects together in a hierarchy, you can build basically anything. You can make robots, vehicles, machinery, puppets, and action figures. It's all just solid objects in a hierarchy. Parent objects that control child objects, and those child objects are parents to other child objects. So when it comes to skeletons, what we care about is this: the rotation. We want to keep in mind 2 things about the rotation: what direction each joint rotates in, and where specifically the rotation happens. Let's think of the action figure again from earlier, when it was separated into all of its individual parts. When you take an individual body part, like the arm, the center would be here, right? But if we want the action figure to work when we put it back together, we actually need to rotate it here for the arm to make sense. It's like a ball joint. We want the rotation to happen where the arm connects to the body, so it rotates the rest of the arm in a way that makes sense. Think of this as the pivot point, and keep in mind that every joint has a pivot point it rotates from. As for the directions each joint rotates in, computers keep track of rotations in 3 directions, and you want those rotation directions to make sense. You could rotate the forearm joint like this, but for arms, that doesn't make much sense, does it? Instead, we want it to rotate towards the upper arm. That's joint orientation, and it's good to keep in mind if the joints rotate the way you expect them to when you're setting everything up. And that's pretty much the gist of skeletons. You know, it's actually simple enough that you could even think of skeletons as a bunch of points in space. You don't actually need the parts in between, just as long as that hierarchy exists. The hierarchy and how it rotates is the important part. So with all that in mind, let's talk about skinning. But first, I've got something I need to plug in. You're watching this for free with no sponsors, so if this video helped you at all, consider supporting me on Patreon. This is my full-time job now, so it would mean a lot. Thanks. Just like real humans, you gotta have meat on your bones. And the equivalent to your fleshy human meat is your 3D model. The skeleton we built earlier lives inside this 3D model, and it's used to deform the model and make it move like a human. Pretty easy to understand. But there's a problem. Previously we were using rigid pieces like an action figure, but here it's one whole fleshy piece. What do you do about parts like this that intersect? Which joints influence these parts of the model? Well, the answer is both of them do. We just need to figure out how much we want each joint to influence it. Let's think of it in the simplest way we can and consider one joint at a time. Just like our skeleton, our model is also made up of a bunch of points in space, all interconnected together. These points in the model are definitely the upper arm, so we want them 100% controlled by the upper arm joint. The same goes for these points on the model that are definitely the forearm, so we want those 100% controlled by the forearm joint. But these points in the middle, near the elbow, where does the forearm end and the upper arm begin? If these points are 100% forearm, it creates a sharp edge and doesn't look right. But the same happens to the upper arm. So we want both joints to share the space. Since it seems about equal, we can have them shared 50-50. It still adds up to 100%, but it's shared half and half between the upper arm and the forearm. And as a result, both joints share that part of the model equally. You can think of the elbow as a transition between both joints, creating a nice curve when the arm bends. This is called skin weights. Every point on a model is weighted towards one or more joints. Remember, the skeleton and the 3D model are completely separate objects by themselves. Skeletons are a bunch of individual solid objects in a hierarchy, while 3D models are one flexible object. What we're doing is connecting them together and applying that hierarchy to that 3D model. Now, it may seem a bit complex to do this to every point on a model, but consider this. What if you could paint the influences onto that model? For example, let's say this brush is linked to the upper arm joint, and every point we paint with that brush adds 50% to that point. If we add it to the same point a second time, another 50% is added, making it 100%. Then we switch to a brush for the forearm. We can paint the elbow just once for 50% and the model's actual forearm twice, so it's 100% influenced by the forearm joint. This is called weight painting, as we're literally painting the weight of influence each joint has on that part of the model. If you don't quite understand what this means, which is completely understandable because this is by far the weirdest step of the process, think of it this way. Let's say the entire model was skinned to the upper arm joint. This means the arm is only following that joint, and posing the forearm and wrist would do nothing. So when we switch to the forearm brush and paint the forearm part of the model with the skeleton still posed, notice how the model now matches the way the skeleton is posed. For you 3D artists out there, if you struggle with weight painting, this is the way to do it. Weight paint the entire model to one joint, like the hips, pose your skeleton, and then focus on 2 joints at a time. Keep it simple, stupid. By the way, joints don't need to correspond to actual real-world human bones. You can technically use these to drive basically anything. At its core, it's just a way of having a point in space control another point in space. The only exception would be the face and all of its intricate details. But that's a video for another day. Audible wink and on-screen text that says subscribe. What do you mean don't read that part out? Finally, we have controls. We understand skeletons, and we understand how to use those skeletons to drive the skin. But you don't usually want to animate the skeleton by itself. I mean, you could, nothing's stopping you, but you could also just drive the chassis of a car, or turn a PC on without its case. Adding controls on top makes everything much clearer and easier to understand. Here's the basic idea behind controllers. Instead of animating the model or the skeleton itself, we're creating objects that will instead represent parts of that character, and using those to drive the skeleton underneath. They can control other stuff, but we'll get to that. What object you choose is completely up to you. You could choose a ring, a box, an arrow, a diamond, a gear. In theory, you can use anything here, because all we're doing is using an object to control another object. You could literally use a banana if you wanted, I'm not a cop. But the important part is that it's clear and easy to understand what controls what. which controller controls the arm versus which controller controls the shoulder. In my opinion, this is the fun part, because it becomes a puzzle of figuring out the simplest and clearest way to represent that part of the character. You've probably noticed that we're using thin 2D curves for our controls. These are actually NURBS curves, and it actually used to be the primary way of creating 3D stuff like Toy Story and Donkey Kong Country. All those are NURBS surfaces. Even though we don't use NURBS anymore in favor of polygons, they're still useful to us as rig controls, since they're always the same thickness no matter how close you are to them. If you don't understand anything I just said, don't worry about it. It doesn't really matter. Just think of them as the objects used for rigs. So now that we have our objects in place, we want them to actually control what they represent. Right now, we can rotate and move them around, but they won't do anything just yet. We need to constrain the joint to the controller. Constraints are basically tying one object to another. If the controller rotated 45 degrees, then the object it's constraining will also rotate 45 degrees. There's a few ways to do this, but they all have the same end result. We want the joint to copy what the controller does. Furthermore, we can put the controllers themselves in a parent-child hierarchy, just like we did earlier with the skeleton. Since each object now constrains the joint it represents, the controllers should have the same hierarchy. The upper arm controller contains the forearm and the hand. That's the basics of it. One controller for each joint, and you constrain each joint to each controller. But at this point, if the controls do the exact same thing the skeleton does, you may be wondering why we don't just animate the skeleton directly. By separating our skeleton out from our controls, there's a lot of things we can do to those controls that will make our lives easier when we want to animate. For example, what if we want to rotate the hips without moving the rest of the body? This isn't possible with just the skeleton, because rotating the hip joint will always rotate the rest of the upper body. But our controls can have a more complex hierarchy than the skeleton. We can have a bigger control that contains the entire upper body, and a controller specifically for the hips. The point I'm trying to make is that you can make controls for pretty much anything, not just one control for each individual joint. And we can also add settings to those controls to change how they function. Like if you wanted the head to only move with the upper body, but not rotate with it, you could add a setting that turns off one of the constraints we added earlier. One more thing, FK versus IK. I have a whole video on how to animate FK versus IK, but now I want to explain how to actually implement it. Basically everything I've described so far is an FK setup. If your controllers rotate and they're in a hierarchy, that's FK. This works pretty well for the arms, but for legs, you'll need IK, otherwise your feet will never stick in place. Usually you have two controls for IK, one that controls the foot's position, and one that controls where the knee is aiming. But there are times where you may want your arms in IK or your legs in FK, so we need a way to switch between the two. The nitty-gritty setup of this will depend on what 3D program you use, and I try not to make these videos too specific to a program, so this is going to be a real draw the rest of the owl moment. But here's the usual setup. Use 3 sets of joints. One is FK, one is IK, and the third set is the one we skinned earlier. The FK and IK sets of joints work like normal. They're still attached to the character and they have their own sets of controls, but only the skinned set of joints actually affect our model. Then we can set up a toggle that can turn on and off. When the toggle is off, the skin joints rotations match the FK joints rotations. When the toggle is on, it matches the IK joints rotations. You could do this with constraints, drivers, expressions, set-driven keys, whatever works for your 3D program. But you just need some way to create a toggle somewhere and have it linked to those 3 sets of joints. We can create a small control next to the arm or leg that holds this toggle, and any other settings we need for the arm. This is pretty common with a lot of rigs, and is what I meant earlier that controls can be pretty much anything. And I mean anything. There's way more beyond the scope of this video, and it's all just super cool. You could have the feet roll automatically, or have the spine stretch and compress, or set up automatic positions for the fingers. If you want to go beyond rigging into vehicles or quadrupeds, then those have their own unique issues too. I love this stuff. It's a little complicated to learn at first, but it's all just so satisfying, like finally solving a complex puzzle. When you're new to it, it can all seem confusing and repetitive. These 3 steps, skeletons, skinning, and controls, are mostly the same for every character. But when you understand those 3 steps, you can eventually do them with your eyes closed. And then after that point, everything you implement is completely unique to what you want out of that character. In a way, rigging is its own form of art. It combines engineering with animation and UI. It can be expressive and creative, trying to elegantly condense complicated controls into something that's easy to use and understand. Or it can be super complex and you can show off your skills with the fanciest ideas and implementations. You can make rigs without a single line of code, or program entire auto rigging software to do it all for you. It's a massive, vast world of possibilities, and it's all just to bring characters to life. And in a way, I just find it all very beautiful. And now I hope you do too. Thanks for watching.
I actually understood something from this, and I actually have a better understanding of how IK constraints work now, I guess. I really like this guy. I like this guy. What else does he have? Let's see.
So a little while ago, I streamed myself doing a 3D walk cycle live, and it went pretty well. This video cuts up that stream into a much more concise step-by-step tutorial that you can follow along with.
Okay.
Quick disclaimer, I answered questions throughout the stream that you'll see at the bottom here, and sometimes they cover up the graph editor, and I apologize for that. But for this tutorial, we don't actually use the graph editor that much, so don't worry about needing to look at it until I mention it. Focus on the character and how they move. In future streams, I'll try to avoid having questions on screen like this. Also, you can use whatever program you want, whether it's Blender or Maya, and any rig you're comfortable with. I use Maya, but there's only a few things that might be specific to Maya, otherwise everything is universal. Just make sure that the rig you're using has two things: IK legs, so the legs stay in place as you move the character's body, and foot roll, so you can peel the foot off the ground easily. If you like how this turned out, I'd be happy to do more, so just let me know down in the comments.
I don't have those.
Thanks for tuning in, and I hope you like it.
Okay, so let's start. Let's say we're animating a walk cycle that is 1 second long at 30 frames a second. We're just going to focus on
graph editor, and I apologize for that. But for this tutorial, we don't actually use the graph editor that much, so don't worry about needing to look at it until I mention it. Focus on the character and how they move. In future streams, I'll try to avoid having questions on screen like this. Also, you can use whatever program you want, whether it's Blender or Maya, and any rig you're comfortable with. I use Maya, but there's only a few things that might be specific to Maya, otherwise everything is universal. Just make sure that the rig you're using has two things: IK legs, so the legs stay in place as you move the character's body, and foot roll, so you can peel the foot off the ground easily.
Okay, I can watch this tutorial with IK legs. What am I gonna do about the foot roll? I have it saved. Let's see if there's something else I can watch. No, it doesn't seem like there's anything. All right. That's nice. That felt nice. I just gotta figure out. Let's see. I'm gonna want some IK constraints.
Every epic footlong deserves the perfect sidekick, like the Philly with a new $2 footlong churro.
Start clean with the power of Clorox.
It was in the blender.
Every epic footlong deserves the perfect sidekick, like the Philly with a new $2 footlong churro.
Start clean with the power of Clorox.
Do you want to prevent your Pokemon's feet from going through the floor? Do you want their skeletons to be nice to work with and nice to look at? If so, then this tutorial's for you. Hello everyone, glad to have you here. Today, I'm going to show you how I optimize the rigs of Pokemon models for animation, while also showcasing some tools that will help you customize the model's armature to your liking. Before we begin, if you haven't seen my previous 2 videos in this tutorial series, I highly recommend you check out those videos first, as this video will assume that you're already familiar with the
I just noticed that Zoro's eyes and different. Oh, so that's like half shiny, half regular. That's actually pretty cool. I didn't even notice that.
tools and concepts that were mentioned within those videos. Additionally, I would like to draw special attention to the first and third disclaimers that I mentioned during my first tutorial. While watching this video, keep in mind that there is no best way to set up a rig. Different rigs can be optimized to perform different tasks better than others, and some 3D artists might prefer different rigs that better suit their needs. Given the broad range of setups and the large number of Pokemon body types, it would be impossible for me to cover every single setup for every single Pokemon for every single scenario. What you'll find in this video is a general rig setup that I personally recommend, and it'll be up to you to adapt the information I provide to best suit your needs. As usual, if you have any questions, please feel free to leave them in the comments below. But with that out of the way, let's begin. Instead of starting from where we left off in the previous video, this time around, we're going to start anew from Blender's default startup screen. I recommend doing this anytime you decide to optimize the rig of a model, as it will eliminate unnecessary clutter from your workspace. Speaking of unnecessary, go ahead and delete the default cube and lamp from your workspace. Let's now import our models.dae file. I'm going to be using Umbreon for the majority of this video, as I believe Umbreon is one of the best quadrupeds to practice animation with, and I suspect that a lot of you guys like Umbreon. With our model in our scene, let's enable material shading and quickly take care of our model's appearance. A lot of this will be review, so I'll go over it quickly. Head to the materials settings and adjust each of the material's metallic and roughness values to your liking, giving each material an appropriate name as you go along. I covered this process in more detail in my first tutorial, so head back to that video if you need any further reminders. Once you have gone through all the model's materials, make any texture adjustments that you deem necessary. Anything that I covered in my texture tutorial should probably be applied at this stage. In my case, I upscaled Umbreon's textures by 4 times using Waifu.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you eating? Freaking weirdo. I'm wearing sweatpants and he's licking like the leg. Like as if he's eating something off of it, but there's nothing there. Something's whatever. Weirdo. Where were we? Right.
2x, assigned each eye to its own material, and added texture controls in the shader editor. Once you're done with the textures, select your model and enter edit mode. Press A to select your model's vertices, then go to face, tries to quads, and enable compare UVs. From there, go to the modifier properties and give your model a subdivision surface modifier. Press this button to disable the modifier from your viewport and prevent slowdown. Finally, go to the object data properties and make sure your model's object data name matches the Pokemon's name. Do the same thing for the object name in the object properties.
Data. Let's see. Armature, Inteleon Armature, Inteleon Armature. Yep, I mean, like, that gets fun, I guess, I don't know.
Whew. Okay, that's it for the model and texture stuff. Now onto the actual armature stuff. Select your model's armature, go back to the object properties, and give your armature a name that will display what Pokemon it belongs to, like Umbreon_armature.
Did I already do that? Yeah, I did.
Once you have your name, head over to the object data properties, now marked by this little running guy, and insert the same name in this box here. Let's
see. Did I do that or no? Yeah, I did.
Now head down to the viewport display properties to adjust our armature's appearance. I highly recommend you change the bone display from octahedral to B-bone.
I have B-bone, right? Yeah, I'm using B-bone. B-bone also means bendy bones, which have their own set of uses and practicality.
Even if you don't like the blocky look of B-bones, I would still encourage you to give this display a shot, because as you'll see later, it comes with some extra perks that will help make editing your armature much easier. Of course, no matter what display you use, editing your armature won't be easy if you can't see it. So let's turn on in front so we can see all of the bones lying underneath the model's surface.
I have this turned on, right? Don't I? Yeah, I do. Alright. Next.
Everything looks good so far, right? Well, yeah, but if we're going to get an optimal performance out of our rig, we're going to need to make quite a few adjustments to this armature's structure. And the first step in that process is to delete any unnecessary bones. More specifically, the end bones, or effect bones if you're using a Sword and Shield model. If you take a closer look at the
I already
rig,
got rid of all
you
those.
may notice some of these end bones floating around in the ether, or more inconveniently, resting at the end of some bone chains. These bones don't serve
hello
much of a
again,
purpose
Cube.
within Blender.
How did your work with the Koreadon model go?
And if they aren't dealt with, we might accidentally select them while working with other parts of the rig, which can get very annoying very fast. So instead of testing our patience, let's press the Tab key to enter edit mode, and head up to the outliner in the top right corner of the screen. The search bar here can be used to narrow down specific bones within our armature. Since we're looking for end bones, type end into this bar. This will show us any object or bone with end in its name, and highlight them in green, while also showing us any other.
My friend called me and we played some Roblox, so I didn't work on it. That's fine. I honestly, if I was in the middle of working on something like this, I would, and a friend called me to play a game, I would probably stop that to do that instead as
Other
well.
object or bone that is further up on the parenting hierarchy. By selecting the name of a bone in this list, we will also select it in the 3D viewport. A pretty convenient shortcut. All of our end bones should be within this list. So hold down the Control or Command key on your keyboard, and select each of these.
Let me just double check that I got all the end bones. Pretty sure I got them all. Let's see. Just a bunch of regular stuff, right? Yeah, I got all the bones. So I did that when I was fixing up this armature. So wait, bones are in the right place and all that. It's also a matter of mood for me. I think you should be in kind of a special mood for Blender sometimes, at least that's how it works for me. No, I can definitely understand that. Same goes for playing certain video games, like, let's see, like, sometimes I'm just in a mood to play Elden Ring, even though I've beaten it already. Sometimes I just like doing, like, the co-op aspect of it. Or Helldivers 2, I'll just be in a mood to do that, because I want to do something objective-based, and so on and so forth.
End bones one by one. Make sure you don't have anything else selected, or else you might end up deleting something you don't want.
Same goes for streaming as well.
If you have something selected,
it's just that sometimes I'm just not in the mood to stream, but I really want to, and I just need to get into the habit of it, so I just do it anyway.
Looking for a blue bar on the left of the object or bone's name. If it's there, that object is currently selected. So make sure that all of the end bones have blue bars next to them, and that any other object doesn't. Once you're sure, move your mouse over to the 3D viewport, press X, and delete the bones. The outliner should go blank after this, but don't worry. If you did everything correctly, only the end bones should have been deleted. The outliner is just unable to find any object or bones related to the term end anymore. Remove the term from the search bar by pressing this X button, and things should go back to normal. Now that the end bones are gone, what's next? How about we play with our armature a little bit and find out? Tab out of edit mode, select your armature, and enter pose mode. Near the top right corner, you may
select my ones, armature, pose mode.
You may notice a small X button next to a small butterfly-like icon. This is the X-axis mirror button, and by enabling this, Blender will automatically mirror the actions on one side of the model to the other side, allowing us to do things like lift both the left and the right legs of the model at the same time. Or at least, that's how it's supposed to work. If we enable X-axis mirror and rotate our model's bones, you may notice that we aren't getting any mirrored actions. Rotating the left legs won't cause the right.
Right, so turn this on. It's fine.
Right legs to move, or vice versa. Bummer. The reason X-axis mirror isn't working for us is because Blender can't understand the naming convention that assigns these bones to the left.
And someone's at the door, so I'll be right back. I'm here. I'm back. Sorry about that. All right, I'm back. The guy's fixing the dishwasher here now, so I had to go answer the door. All right, where was I? Okay, I gotta make sure the cat stays on my lap with me, because cat does not like strangers. All right, let's see. So much. Yeah. So we swear. Okay. Right, good luck with your work endeavor, Cube.
Or right side. And as a result, it isn't able to copy the actions from one side to the other. In order to get things working again, we're going to need to rename our bones. Press Ctrl T to exit pose mode. Select
Control Tab to exit. Control Tab to what?
Isn't able to copy the actions from one side to the other. In order to get things working again, we're going to need to rename our bones. Press Ctrl T to exit pose mode.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna go back to object because that's easier. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, no problem. Okay. Let's see. Where was I? Okay.
Select your armature, tab into edit mode, and make your
Okay, go select my armature, which I'm already has, so go back to edit mode.
way back to the outliner. Put a capital L into the search bar, and you're going to see a bunch of bones with a capital L placed in front of them.
Bunch of bones. Okay, so we're gonna probably get rid of this. Clear up the clutter here a bit. Alright. Wait, what do you say to do? Hang on, let's see.
Isn't able to copy the actions from one side to the other. In order to get things working again, we're going to need to rename our bones. Press Ctrl T to exit pose mode, select your armature, tab into edit mode, and make your way back to the outliner. Put a capital L into the search bar.
Okay. Capital L into search bar. Okay.
And you're going to see a bunch of bones with a capital L placed in front of them. As you might guess, these are all the bones on the left side of the model, and any bones with a capital R in front of them are all on the right side. In order for Blender to understand which bone belongs to what side, we're going to need to put a dot or an underscore between the capital L or R and the rest of the bone's name. If you wish, you can go through each of these L and R bones one at a time and add the underscores manually, but I'm going to show you a trick that could help save you some time. Go up to Edit, and then select Batch Rename. Go
to Edit, and then Batch Rename. Okay.
The name suggests, this feature will allow us to rename all of these L and R bones at once. But in order to get our preferred result, we're going to need to make a few specifications. First, click All so that the tool can look for things beyond our current selection.
Beyond the current selection, alright. Okay. I'm also gonna have to look up. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a tutorial on how to roll angles, right? Blender roll angles. Oh, there's a lot of these. Quite a lot. I'm going to figure out which one it is I want, but we'll see. Alright, it's fine.
And select Bones from this drop-down menu. If you
Okay, cool, perfect. Now select Bones. Bones.
If you're unable to select the Bones option, make sure you're in edit mode. Afterwards, enable Case Sensitive.
Case Sensitive, alright.
and click this little star button. This button will allow us to input code commands.
Wait for the start button. Let's see. To
rename our bones, which may sound scary and complicated, but as long as you pay close attention, you shouldn't run into a single problem. Now, underneath the find bar, input the set of characters exactly as you see here. Caret, capital L, parenthesis, question mark, E.
Okay, so carrots. Why is this a carrot? Looks like an arrow pointing up. Carrot, capital R. L, or did he say R? Yeah, L. Parentheses. Question mark. Equal sign. What else?
Equals bracket, capital A.
Bracket, capital A. Where's the bracket? Okay, bracket, capital A.
Dash, capital Z.
Dash, capital Z. Oh, because this is coding, I see. Dash, capital Z. I'm assuming it's a closed brackets. Next.
Bracket,
yep.
Parentheses.
Parentheses, alright. Okay.
Extra careful to use the right parentheses in the right spots, and to capitalize the correct letters, as failing to do so could lead to some unintended results. Once you have finished inputting this command, head down to the replace bar and type in L underscore. This method.
Then go here and type L underscore.
Of characters is essentially telling Blender to look for any bone that starts with a capital L that's followed by another capital letter and replace that L with an L underscore. Due to the default naming conventions of these Pokemon models, the only bones that should ever fulfill this criteria are the bones on the left side of the model. So by running this command, we'll be able to rename all of these left bones at once and allow Blender to recognize their status as such. However, before we do that, let's repeat this process for the right bones too. Click this plus button to give yourself another box to work with, and copy the characters from the first find bar into the second. The only
Alright. Do dash. Control C. Right? Control C. Control V. Yeah, alright.
The only thing we need to change is replacing the L in our code with an R. The same goes for the replace bar as well.
Alright. Capital R. Then capital. Make sure it's case sensitive. Capital R. Underscore. Anything else?
Make sure case sensitive is turned on and that the star button is enabled here as well.
Oh, make sure the star button is enabled, which means that it's blue, like Snowflake maybe. What are those sounds? Oh, I have like this grip thing, like a hand grip thing. It's like, hold on, let me just Google this because I don't know how to describe it. It's like something you use to work out, like to improve your grip strength for your hand, like it's a workout tool. Grip strength tool. It's like, yeah, it's like this thing right here. It's literally it. This is what I'm using right now. Well, not the exact model, but basically that's what it is. I don't know, I just felt like doing it for some reason. Because I'm silly.
Well, and run that sucker. If everything was performed correctly, you should now see underscores on all of the left and right bones.
Alright. Then do that, right? Boom. Yep, there we go, cool. Okay. Now we're just gonna save real quick, just to be safe, because I do not trust Blender to not just crash on me.
In our armature, which is exactly what we want. Even so, it may be good to double check the names of our bones real quick, just to make sure that a bone we wanted to renamed wasn't skipped, or that we didn't accidentally rename a bone outside of our left and right bones.
Alright, let me do that. Let's see. Okay. It also worked with those as well. Interesting. I mean, I don't really care about that. Let's see. Okay. I think it worked. Yeah, alright. Let's see.
It's also good to give the model's vertex groups a quick look, as these groups help dictate how each bone moves the model.
Oh, the vertex, right. Vertex. Yeah. I totally understand everything that I'm looking at right now. And I feel like, am I just looping right now? It looks like I am. Okay. Maybe. I don't know. Could be, or I'm just going insane. Either one is equally likely.
Should always have their names synced with their corresponding bone. In the off chance that any of these groups weren't automatically renamed with their bones, you'll want to rename them manually. Playtime. Let's head back to pose mode and try out X-axis mirror again.
Let's go. Okay, it's playtime. Apparently. That's that. Okay, it's on. And yeah, there goes his legs. It's doing the splits. Whoa. Oh, I could have him just sitting on the floor like a toddler. Neat.
Well, I guess it's working, but I wouldn't say these legs are mirroring each other, would you? Looks like we're gonna need to make a few more adjustments before the legs are completely synchronized. Let's head back into edit mode and select one of our model's bones. If we press the N key...
Let's head back into edit mode. Select one of our model's bones. Like this one, for example. Why not? It's the right leg. I'm right-legged. I prefer hopping. If I play hopscotch, I'm going to be hopping on my right foot.
We'll bring up the transform panel for our bone.
We'll bring up the transform panel for a bone. Then we'll see all these values are just all over the place.
Within this panel, you should see a value labeled roll. As the name suggests, this setting will roll the bone along its local y-axis. And depending on what this is set to, the direction of the local z and x-axis will be different. If we click a few more bones, you will notice that a lot of them have different roll values.
Let's see, 55, negative 68, 70s, negative 76, negative 75, negative 35, 139, yeah, right.
And these differences are what's causing this weirdness with x-axis mirror. To keep all of our local axes consistent, we're gonna select all of our model's bones and go to
all of our model's bones are pressing A. Good day, mate.
To armature, bone.
See, I've upscaled pretty much all the textures I needed so far, and now remaking the materials to include roughness, normals, whatever a O is, etc. Wait, what does, hold on. I did that from my things as well. Hold on. I can't do it right now, but I just try to get it to look pretty.
Bone roll, clear roll.
Okay, go to armature, bone roll, clear roll. Sure, bone roll, clear roll. Okay. Nothing's broken yet. Good. Yeah, you just look pretty like other one. Yeah, okay. As long as it looks pretty, that's what matters. And then how to make it look pretty while moving is another thing entirely.
This sets all of our selected bone rolls to 0, and should eliminate any inconsistencies in bone direction. Cool stuff.
Try recalculating the rolls on these axes instead. Nope, it worked just fine. All right. Let me just save my progress. Okay.
Let's head back to pose mode and try rotating our bones now. That's the rotation.
Okay, I need to do that as well. Hold on, let's see. Go back to pose mode. Select here, I guess. Whoa. It's like cartoon running.
We're looking for. Our next step would normally be to reset our armature's transform values by going to Armature, Apply, All Transforms. But before we do that, let's inspect the size and location of our bones real quick. Tab into Object Mode, select the model, and enabled wireframed shading.
Okay, go back to Object Mode, select the model, and select wireframe shading. Let's see. Still don't know what that orange dot is. It's always there. I can never get rid of it.
If this button is not enabled, make sure to turn it on so that we can see through our model's topology. Now select the armature and enable names in the viewport display. This will just...
Oh wait, I remember this. I did this when I was fixing the model because like there was one of the bones here on the right leg was missing. None of the fingers were bones were set up properly. I had to fix so many bones. Because that's what I did with my last stream, I think, or the stream before that. Yeah, it was a lot of work.
Display the names of each bone around their center, and we'll need to use this information to determine if there are any small bones hidden anywhere on our model. This is important because of a weird quirk that occurs when we apply our transform values, specifically the scale values. Even if you didn't have to shrink your model's armature down upon import, it's likely that the default scale values will be super low, and applying the armature scale with these low values will often result in super tiny bones disappearing from the rig entirely. While this isn't much of a problem for things like end bones, which we usually want to get rid of anyway, this quirk unfortunately affects deformation bones as well. So if your model has a small bone that controls a part of the body, you will lose that control upon applying the scale. To prevent this, look for any names resting at the end of a bone, like this one here.
Yeah, I had to fix a bunch of those with this model.
Of the bone slightly. This will prevent them from vanishing when they otherwise would have. Thankfully, it looks like there aren't any small deformation bones on this Umbreon model.
Wasn't there something else I wanted to do, but I can't remember? Oh, I can't remember. Oh well.
Which means we can continue applying our transforms as normal. Disable names in the viewport display, and head back to material shading.
We're gonna go back to material shading because it looks prettier. Whoop-de-doo.
Make sure your armature is selected, and as mentioned earlier, go to Object, Apply, All Transforms.
Oh yeah, I remember. For whatever reason, let's see. Like selecting the armature, even if I toggle the in front option, hold on, let's see. Where was it? Like, okay, obviously you can see like the bones, the legs, and tail, right? And then the cape. For whatever reason, the bones, like some of these bones remain, even though I have the in front option. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. In front of me doesn't make them disappear. It just makes them make it where I can't see through it. And the fabric here is probably so thin that it allows me to see the bones in it. Right, now I understand. Completely forgot that. Gosh darn it. At least I understand now. Because I was wondering why I could still see the bones here, even though I turned off in front. Not realizing that if the bones are sticking out from the model, I'm going to be able to see them regardless. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Because I was like wondering, I turned this in front off. It's like, okay, I can't see these, but why can I still these? But I didn't realize, oh, because this is really thin, so they're really easy to see. Anyway, it's fine. Let's see.
If you take a look at the scale values now, they should all
Oh
be
yeah, I was
set
supposed to do
1.
something here, but I forgot. Blind
Would
transforms.
have. Thankfully, it looks like there aren't any small deformation bones on this Umbreon model, which means we can continue applying our transforms as normal. Disable names in the viewport display, and head back to material shading. Make sure your armature is selected, and as mentioned earlier, go to Object, Apply, All Transforms. If you take a look at the scale values now, they should all be set to 1, which is exactly what we want. That said, if we check the scale values for the model, you'll notice that their values have been reduced to what the armature's scale values used to be. This isn't a big deal. Press Ctrl A to take a shortcut to our apply menu. They should all be set to 1, which is exactly what we want.
Scale,
that
right?
said, if we check the scale values for the model, you'll notice that they're...
Okay, so scale's all 1, but for the model, it's... yeah, different. So I'm going to have to fix that. Oh, we got this. Then this. No. This. Oh, I'm starting to realize what might not be originally part of this model now. So let's see, we got that. That. Then we got this. And then that. Not that. All the models, right? Yeah. Probably not. Probably easier way to do it is just do this. And then deselect the rig. The armature, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Right? It's unselected? No, it's not. The thing about this model is, for whatever reason, it's broken up into 4 different things. It has this part, which this was also duplicated here. I had to delete that, which I think might have been a mistake, but whatever. Then there was this, and then there's this. But it's fine. So do that, and then that. Alright.
Their values have been reduced to what the armature's scale values used to be. This isn't a big deal. Press Ctrl A to take a shortcut to our apply menu, and apply the transforms for the model as well. Now both the armature...
Wait, what do you click?
would have. Thankfully, it looks like there aren't any small deformation bones on this Umbreon model, which means we can continue applying our transforms as normal. Disable names in the viewport display, and head back to material shading. Make sure your armature is selected, and as mentioned earlier, go to Object, Apply, All Transforms. If you take a look at the scale values now, they should all be set to 1, which is exactly what we want. That said, if we check the scale values for the model, you'll notice that their values have been reduced to what the armature scale values used to be. This isn't a big deal. Press Ctrl A to take a shortcut to our Apply menu, and apply the transforms for the model as well.
All transforms, alright. So, Ctrl A, all transforms. Alright.
Both the armature and the model's default scale values should be set to 1. Perfect. Up next, adjusting the position of our bones.
Oh, adjusting the position of bones. I've already done that as well. A lot of this I actually ended up doing on my
This is a step that will help
meeting
make your model's
to do it for the
deformation bones
IKs, right?
as clear as possible, and help avoid needless confusion during the animation process. Turn your wireframe shader back on, and enter edit mode on the armature. In order to keep track of how our bones are positioned from all angles, we're going to go into View, Area, Toggle Quad View. This will automatically split our viewport between a perspective, front, top, and side view, and referencing all these views will ensure that we won't...
I should probably follow this along, just in case, so I get
Perfect.
the habit of it.
Up next, adjusting the position of our bones. This is a step that will help make your model's deformation bones as clear as possible, and help avoid needless confusion during the animation process. Turn your wireframe shader back on, and enter edit mode on the armature. In order to keep track of how our bones are positioned from all...
And enter edit mode on the armature. There we go. Okay.
Angles. We're going to go into View, Area, Toggle Quad View.
View, Area, Toggle Quad View. Alright. View, Area, Toggle. Got 1, 2, 3, 4 different. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, clear. Thumb 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. Try to keep your thumb straight.
This will automatically split our viewport between a perspective, front, top, and side view, and referencing all of these views will ensure that we won't accidentally move a bone in an unintended direction. With all this talk about moving bones, I should probably explain a bit about how bones are structured in Blender, and how we're going to go about moving them. You see, a bone in Blender is comprised of 3 parts, and each of these parts can be selected separately. You have the center of the bone, which can be selected to move or rotate the entire bone to a new position, the tail, or tip of the bone, which can connect to other bones and be moved to adjust the bone's length, and the head, or root of the bone, which serves as the connecting point for the tail of another bone and acts as the bone's pivot point. These middle points between bones serve as both a head and a tail, with this particular point serving as the tail of the first ear bone and the head of the second ear bone. Another thing of note is that X-axis mirror works in edit mode as well, but you need to re-enable it up here before it will come into effect, as the setting isn't synced with pose mode. It behaves pretty much exactly the same as it does there. If you want or need to make any edits to your bone's positions, I generally recommend that you stick with moving the tails at the end of bone chains and avoid repositioning any heads, including the ones attached to other tails. Moving the head will also change the bone's pivot point, and the pivot points for these Pokemon models are fairly well placed, so unless you really know what you're doing, I'd stick to the tails. If you're ever unsure about whether or not you're repositioning a head or a tail, check the values on the right while you're moving a point around. The values that are moving with your point will show you what you currently have selected.
Yeah.
Switching back and forth between pose mode and edit mode while you're working may not be a bad idea either, just to make sure that the bones are still rotating how you want them to. If you encounter a gap in a bone chain and would like to close it, select the head of the bone at the end of the gap and press Shift S, cursor to selected. Then select the tail of the bone at the...
Yeah, I did a pretty good job of fixing this already, I think, as it is. Let's see. Probably make it where it's not so crooked. Oops, no. Maybe just realign these so they're not so freaking. It's not too bad, I guess. I did the best I could. They're not perfect, but they're also a lot better than they were before. So I don't think I have to worry too much about this section, but we're just gonna pretend that we do.
Start of the gap and press Shift S, selection to cursor. This will close the distance between the two bones, but in order to connect the bones together physically, select the entire bone that was at the end of the gap, go to the bone settings, and enable connect.
I did that as well.
Make sure to do this on both sides of the model. Filling these gaps isn't always necessary, but I generally recommend doing it for basic arms and legs, as it will make creating an IK setup easier. If you have a model without their feet on the ground, like this Garchomp, I'd also recommend changing the rest pose. To do this, carefully position the feet.
Oh yeah, the rest pose. Nah, mine are... Yeah, mine are on the... He's got his feet planted pretty neat.
So that they're resting parallel to the ground. Select your model, go to the modifier properties, select this arrow, and press apply. This will basically apply your current pose as the new default for the model. Now select your armature, make sure you're in pose
Watch
mode,
it anyway, just
go
to make
to
sure.
pose, apply as rest pose, which will make this pose the default for the armature as well. Once all is set, we'll need to allow our armature to control the model again. So go back to your model's modifier properties, re-add the armature modifier, use this corner to drag the modifier to the top of your list, and set your armature as the target. Now you'll have a nice position to start your future poses from, and clearing the transforms will always snap you back to this new pose. Anyway, use this information to adjust the model's bones to your liking, and as usual, save a lot of backups. There isn't going to be any easy way to return these bones to their default positions if you make any heavy adjustments. As for me, the only adjustment I'm going to make to this Umbreon is reducing the length of its paw bones, as they seem overly long for what they're supposed to represent. This is a fairly straightforward adjustment. I'm just going to grab the tail of these paw bones.
I should probably make sure. I actually never bothered to make sure. No. Nothing here is sticking out from anywhere where it's not supposed to be. Soon. Yeah, this is just fine. Yeah, we're good here. Yeah, I put a lot of time and effort into this armature.
And move them back towards the base
already.
of the bone like so. Since I'm leaving the head alone, the bone, and by extension, the paw, will rotate the exact same way as before. The bone itself will just be visually smaller. Once you've adjusted all of your model's bones to your liking, merge your views back together by going to View, Area, Toggle Quad View.
View, Area, Toggle Quad View, View, Area, Toggle Quad View. View, Area, Toggle Quad Boom. Then.
And re-enable material shading.
Re-enable material shading. Re-enable material shading. Yeah, because like I could feel. Here's the thing. I'm doing this right now, right? But I feel that gripping numbness of sleep clawing at my consciousness right now. It's annoying, right? It's annoying me because I'm not feeling as engaged as I was with the other tutorial. But that's not no fault in him. That's just because of me.
Before we move on to arguably the most important step of this tutorial, let's enter pose mode and do one final check of our bone rotations. Everything should be good for me since I only adjusted the forepaws, but this is still a good habit to get into in the off chance you accidentally move ahead or something.
Alright. So save, right? We're going to save. Let's see. Oh, we go to pose mode. Silly me. Let's see. Whoa! Wacky shenanigans! He's dancing. I'm EB2. What I'm surprised about is no one hopping on stream 3 hours except several people. Well, I mean, that's to be expected. I mean, because here's the thing. I do stream this, but it's not for, like, I'm trying to entertain people. I mean, which is not the best mindset to have, but like, I'm like, here's the thumbnail, right? It's not exactly the most eye-catching. It's not going to tell people what they're getting into. And let's see. There's no music or anything going on in the background, so the only source of sound is going to be coming from whatever I'm allowing to be played, which is usually just tutorials, and whatever I'm speaking. So there's probably not much engagement to keep people here. As well as the fact that, like, this is usually irrelevant, because sometimes people, sometimes, hold on, let's go check out my channel. Let's see, I have 126 subscribers, and let's get the most recent things. Like, for whatever reason, sometimes stream will get like maybe couple of views, like usually from 10 to 20 to 40, depending on like what's going on. But for whatever reason, this one right here, Fundamentals, has 246 views. This is my most viewed stream, and I don't know why. Now for videos, like, videos are videos, right? You can only do so much to get them out there because I have a small audience. As well as, like, I don't go through the habit of sharing most of my content. Like, I don't announce and share stuff with people like, hey, I made this, come check it out. And let's see, because I work a full-time job as it is already, so it's like I usually don't have the energy to dedicate towards putting into this to make it, like, take it out. I'm not treating this as a business to where I would hope to get success and be able to make a living off of it. Yes, I'm also very shy. I'm definitely very shy. So it's also like I also don't understand. Like here's the thing. My most viewed video, which is by such a large margin, is this one. Changed my roots in 2023. This is a year ago. It has 20,000 views. I don't know why. It boggles my mind, because like the second most viewed video is my daily mission routine, which I'm surprised it did that well. Because again, I guess it has to do with the fact that it's like Let's vs. Zombies. It's a popular media franchise that people really care about, so that's probably why. But yeah, most of my videos don't really get that many views, which I don't care about, because like the main reason I'm doing these live streams is because I want to improve myself. It's because if I wanted to make a live stream where I wanted, like, here's the thing. I have done live streams where I play video games, like this one. this is me playing Elden Ring, and it has like 95 views, and then those cat things like, okay, this means this guy's fighting Millennia. That's something people can understand. Like, I don't understand the analytics or like, I don't understand everything, basically. I just do whatever I feel like doing. And if it gets really popular, then it's like, I mean, it does. I don't know. It's like there's a lot of hits or misses, lots of ones that do better than the other for no reason in particular. I don't understand. You know, it's fine. I don't really like. Yes, I sometimes care. Like if I stream for, let's say, 4 hours and it only gets 2 views, then again, maybe Darktide isn't that popular, so no one cares. But it's also like, I'll do something like that seems really like, I wasn't expecting to get any views while learning Blender, so I was very surprised when a bunch of people showed up to like give me support and help me with the stuff. And it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I just try to do my best, and it's like, I'm also not putting any money. Like, I could hire people to edit my videos. I could hire people to make my thumbnails, which is probably which is a completely valid and reasonable thing for people to do. But for me, it doesn't. Like, I'm scared to invest money into something that I'm not sure if I'll be able to commit to. Like, because getting into the habit of uploading videos, like, let's see, hold on. Let's go to my oldest. Because, let's see, when I first started trying to do this for, like, a routine thing, I'd upload at least 1 video per day. And here's what I do, since I didn't know how to make thumbnails, that's like, they kind of, like, there's nothing, they're not really eye-catching. This doesn't, the only thing I was, like, decent, I was making, like, different titles. And it's like, this is what I did. I detailed the name of the video related to what I was doing, or what happened in the video, and just went from there. As well as, like, I also wasn't very good at editing my content, so most of these were not that edited, so they didn't really catch, like, again, like, no one's, like, some of these still don't have any views, which I don't really care about, but, like, let's see, like the 7 Days to Die, that's where I started taking editing seriously. Like, this is where I started taking it seriously, because for whatever reason, like, I had trouble with the software, OBS, when I was trying to record stuff, and I couldn't figure out why. Like, I'd record an hour, then the footage would be unusable because I lost frames. This was my computer was still weak, and I didn't understand all that kind of stuff. But, like, let's see. Then there was the Dark Souls modded run. Again, I didn't really specify that it was modded other than an description, but no one's going to be able to tell that without clicking on a thumbnail, which doesn't look that good. And I put in a lot of time and then I started trying to be more creative with the thumbnails like this, which some look really bad. They're stupid. I tried being clickbaity because that's what some of my friends recommended, and I gotta hate that, but whatever. Again, it's like I really put in a lot of effort to some of these edit them, but it's like it kind of discouraged me because, like, oh, why should I bother putting in all this effort to like edit and record the stuff if no one's gonna watch it? So that kind of demoralized me. So it's like, whatever. And then I just stopped. I just started realizing, okay, maybe I'll be better off if I just do live streams, because you don't need to edit those, and it's easier because it takes less. Like, it's some people just prefer live streams over videos, and that's what I started doing for some things. Because, like, I realized, like, with the last spell, I love this game. It's one of my favorites. Really long game. Like, some of these, like let's see, like, all this right here, like, was either, hold on, yeah, some of, like, so it's like this, from this one to this one, this was one entire run that I had broken up with edits and whatnot, I think. And then if we go to the live stream for those, let's see, oldest, we go to, yeah, if we start doing for live streams of the last spell, you can see that they jump from from like the videos were like an hour long, hour 10 minutes tops. The runs were, let's see, 2 hours 50 minutes, almost 8 hours, 7 hours 25 minutes, 7.5 hours, 6.5 hours, 6.5 hours. This game take like a single run for the last spell take freaking forever, because which I don't mind. I like that, but they take so long to play and beat like a single run. And then there was this issue where, for whatever reason, so like I had really bad internet too, because I'd be doing a stream and then it would collapse, like if my internet would cut out, which would cause the stream to end, so I'd have to open a new one of the same thing I was doing, so I'd like do this. It was like 19.5, 19.5V, or whatever. And then, like, there's me playing these other games where I just play for whatever reason. It's like, yeah, just a lot of stuff that I just streamed because it was easier to do rather than try and record, because I was never going to be able to record this stuff. It's like, it is what it is. I don't really mind. I don't take it too seriously. Let's see, live. Let's see, what was popular? Yeah, my most popular live stream was probably me doing a StarCraft 2, because that was a game my friends was trying to get me into. So like I had no idea what that game was, and like apparently Warcraft is really big still for whatever, or StarCraft is still big or something like that. It's like me doing these games like Elden Ring, but I'm always getting invaded because I don't think I saw anyone else doing that. And it's like, that's, for most people, it'll be entertaining, even if I spend most of my time raging and getting angry, because God, that game is the PvP community in that game can be really toxic. And then there's like the new game that came out that I was streaming. And then there's Magic the Gathering. Again, it's like people are really into that, regardless of how old it is, and all that kind of stuff. Then there's like Cult of the Lamb. Like some of these I played for like 11 hours straight. Like, Jesus. Yes, this is what I do, or try to do, but sometimes I just don't have the energy, or I'm not in the mood for it, and I just don't do anything, even though I really should, because I procrastinate a lot, so I'm just trying to be more productive, basically. But yeah, it is what it is. And I don't really I don't try and let the numbers get to me too much. Is it nice when I have a bunch of people to interact with and talk to that are like enjoying the stream? Yeah, it's nice. But is that always going to happen every single time? No. It's not always going to happen, and that's fine. I can be fine with no one showing up for the stream for the entire duration, and I just do my own thing. Because being productive is good, but hard to yeah, it's definitely hard. It's like literally yesterday, I got home from work. All I did was lay in bed and sleep, or roleplay with my friends, or watch YouTube videos. And I didn't do anything productive. So I'm trying to do that today, where since I have today and the next 2 days off, I'm just going to stream myself doing a bunch of Blender, even if I'd rather be playing video games or something else, because I'm really trying to get into the habit of it and try and force myself to do it so I can learn, I can be better. Because if I don't treat it like work, or like, I have a really good work ethic, like for my job, show up to work an hour early, and I clock in on the dot every time, and I clock out on the dot every time. I take the job very seriously. Because I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to let people down, all that. Like, if I could apply my work ethic to YouTube, I would probably be, I'm not trying to be like, ugh, I'd be so good. Like, I'm not trying to be cocky or arrogant, but like, I would be a lot more successful than I am right now. And I also have a very different personality away from home. Like, at work, I can have a very different personality than I do right now. And I feel like if I could also translate that personality that I have at work to here, I feel like it'd be a lot more entertaining for people, and I feel like it'd be drawing in a lot more people as well. But requires that, it requires you to be engaged, and if I'm not really engaged, then well, it's hard for me to express myself. But that's on me. That's something I have to figure out, because like it's not like I have people to do this with, so it's mainly because I don't want to waste people's time with something. It's just I'm not. Then it might not even be waste time. It's just I'm very insecure. I'm very self-negative. I don't like reaching out to people with the prospect of, hey, do you want to record something? Because I don't trust myself to be able to maintain a schedule for that. So either way, I'm not being a detriment to them when they are placing trust in me to be able to do it consistently. And then it's like I don't want to get into like I just want to be able to be more self-sufficient, I guess. I don't know. Like there are the times when I have friends, like if I'm gonna play, like right now, I have a friend of mine that I want to play Baldur's Gate 3 with. He doesn't have a YouTube channel or anything, but like I want to record myself playing that because it's something I want. It's like a little on the side project that since he has a busy work schedule, I have a work schedule. It's like it happens whenever it happens. So I'd rather record it than stream it. That may or may not have some. It's going to be modded, and I don't know what some of the mods he installed do. So who knows what could happen? I don't want to take any chances. But so if I record it, I can just edit whatever I want. Because I've definitely gotten better at editing. That's another thing. Is like the video I'm most proud of after editing. Edit what? Like, hold on, let's see. Let's go real quick. Let's see. Let's see. Some of these make me cringe on the inside, but like, let's see. This was taken from my Dark Souls video.
Goodbye.
And it's like this. Like, the video itself was like an hour long. It took me forever to frickin' edit.
I have no problem choosing the enemy like that.
Then it's like, oh, I tried to convert it into a short. This in of itself also took like an hour.
Damage, would they? Here.
I don't know. I don't know how long it's supposed to take to edit. It can be pretty time consuming, but
I can't quit the game.
This is pretty funny. It's like, this is why you never go to AFK in Dark Souls, because if you do, something will always happen.
Fucking damn it.
Hello, motherfucker.
And then it's just, yep, it's AFK, because I entered the door, and the phantom that I thought I killed suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Then, let's see, this is one I'm more proud of, because I put a lot of effort trying to learn how to use the tools in the editing software I did.
We're also gonna have to wait for that freaking buff to wear off.
Let's see.
What are you doing?
Because here, it's like... Okay, another really big aspect of editing is... Like, let's say a popular YouTuber like Markiplier or Vanoss Gaming. They have... I don't know what goes in editing where they get the ideas to insert like these special effects or jokes or bits with like special effects and all that. With me, when I'm editing, the main thing I have in mind is I'm just sitting there, right? I'm going through all the footage, and I'll just trim out the boring bits or stuff that I think no one would want to watch. And if I happen to get an idea of something I want to do while doing it, then I'll implement it. Otherwise, there'll just be nothing there. It'll just be like a blank transition, or I just let it play out. But here's one that I had fun with, or because it came to my mind.
Don't tell me I'm fucking cornered. Are you?
It's like, oh, the dragon killed me in that fight, so, and what happens is, if you die in that fight, it transports you to the painted world. But he hit me with his tail, so I thought, oh, what if I made it look like as if he hit me with his tail all the way from where I am to the painting. And it's like, it's so bad. It's like, it looks so bad. Like, that's what I was trying to do. I spent so long trying to find that sound effect of me flying through the air just to do that, just to do this bit. And it was so dumb. But now it's like video wise. Let's see. Hold on. This one, I mean, this is just. There's nothing to really. There's no special effects, no special anything. But I'm really proud of it because it was a project I cared about a lot, and it's just I was trying to convey. I don't know. It's just I like because I like the way he edited it. Like it's like cinematic wise, it was very nice. Let's see what else was there. Oh, yeah, this is also this one, but okay. Is there anything I really did special effects with? Not really. I mean, I did with this stuff. It's like, I don't know. It's fine, but yeah. Okay, I got heights. I have no idea what was I going on? I can't remember. I got really sidetracked. You know, that's fine. Oh wait, no. There's this one. Oh, I love it. Oh, no, but this has copyrighted stuff. But basically, I guess like I didn't care about like it was like it wasn't like it was copyrighted, but it wasn't getting me copyright strike. Like the true ending in my final run was like because I had finally 100%ed the. Oh my ear! Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know if I did something that was really loud. I'm sorry. So I have no idea what the volume is like for this. Hold on. So I just have it like a default. I do have like a noise gate / limiter on this. Hold on, let's see. Microphone. Was it the video that hurt your ear or the video? Because right here I have all this stuff on here to try and avoid hurting people's ears with me talking. But I don't have anything like that for the videos because I don't know. Am I able to do that? Probably would be able to, but I'd have to do. I'll do that later. But yeah, it's like these two were like, oh, I wanted to do one last run because oh wait, so it's fine. You just screamed a bit and that scared me. Oh, okay. But yeah, I like for this one's like. This is the final time I'd be playing the game Enter the Gungeon because, like, oh, I finally 100% the game. So I was like, okay, I'll just do one last run to see how, just to, for old time's sake. Then it's like I got really close all the way to the end. And hold on, let's see. Let me just turn this off real quick. It's like here I got all the way to the end, to the very last boss. But then I died. But then, like, the next run after, I was able to beat it, and I friggin' is very poetic in the how I did it. Like because not only did I manage to, like, here's the thing, I got like the best like this game. Okay, okay, I'm losing my composure. The previous run, it was like he was super close. I got to the very end, but nothing too exciting or special happened. But this one, this is the run that not only did I win it, but I also managed to beat this secret optional boss that I've never been able to beat before. Like, which is the rat. I was never able to beat him before, like in this phase, because he has the second phase where it enters like a punch out mini game. And it's like I've never been able to beat him in this until this one run. And then let's see, or what that's because like in the previous run, I'd gotten like the gun for 100% in a game. You get this gun called the completed gun, but up until that point, you in place of it, you'll usually get the unfinished gun. It's like, because, and I like, oh, this is very poetic because I had the finished gun the last run. Because on the description of the gun, it has this one note is a small gas lost on a cylinder. And the previous one that I lost, it shows that same description where it's a small hourglass is lost on a cylinder. And I just thought it was really cool, and it was a good thing I could do for like storytelling or whatever. Let's see. All right, I think I'm gonna go to sleep because it's nighttime already. Sorry, no, it's all right. Yeah, you gotta get some sleep. Have a good day. Thank you for dropping by and giving your time. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you later. whenever you're available again, or so on and so forth. It's fine. Get some rest. It's bedtime time. Okay, where was I? Right, I was in the middle of doing this. La 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 la. What was I doing? I don't remember. Oh, there we go. Turn that back on. Oh, that scared me.
Kiki Palmer?
We'll also get some water for your throat. Does there? Oh, does it sound like? I do have a water bottle next to me. Hold on, let's see. I don't have much water left, but I mean, my voice, like, by default, I kind of have like this monotone, kind of like deep voice sometimes. And then as I get more excited, it kind of get more upbeat, lighter tone. I don't know. It's like I'm also not used to talking for an extended period of time at all whatsoever. Like the more I talk, it's like, oh wow, I really get thirsty doing this, and it's like my voice kind of goes into this deep tone a lot, and I don't know why, but I don't know. It's whatever. Okay, they're still doing construction. There's still
Breakfast?
what you call it, the dishwasher rights. How long have I been streaming for, by the way? It's 8:30. It's now 12. So like, wait, it tells me on my phone. Hold on. Easier way to do it. I've been streaming for 3 hours. Delightful. Well, I still got more work to do, so we're not stopping.
All right.
Because if I were to stop now, I would just play on my phone or play video games, and that's not productive. So you know what? I'm not going to let myself do that. You know, it's my day off from work. So you know what? Who cares?
Now for the most important part.
Ugh.
The part you've all been waiting for. IK constraints. This is the feature that's going to prevent your character's feet from going through the floor when you rotate the spine. It's practically essential if you're looking to do any kind of full body animation. So let's jump right into it. Right click the edge here to create a vertical split, and move the split to the center.
Okay, I got it. That's the thing about that. It's like I didn't realize that the reason I was having so much difficulty animating is because I didn't implement any of the stuff that is necessary for that kind of thing, like IK constraints. I didn't know that those were needed to get decent animation. Otherwise, the way I was trying to brute force it by myself, the last couple streams, like it was never gonna happen. Now I was just gonna be spinning my wheels in the mud, essentially. Okay. It's fine. But now we're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it right. Okay, let's see. I'm getting distracted. I'm just trying to see if there's anything I was going to do, but I can't remember now. Yeah, okay, no. Let's see. Okay, get stuck to it. Stop. You're getting distracted.
Center of our viewport. We're going to use this viewport as a side view. So do view, viewport, right. Press
view, viewport, viewpoint, right.
N and T to get rid of our sidebars, and switch to the Y.
And what now? NFTs?
Viewport, right. Press N and T to get rid of our sidebars.
Oh. Neat.
And switch to the wireframe shader. We're going to
Switch to the wireframe shader.
start our IK with the back legs, so zoom in around there. Before we move on to my personal setup, I'm going to show you the quickest way to set up an IK constraint, just in case you'd prefer to get something working ASAP. Enter edit mode, make sure X-axis mirror is turned on, and set the transform pivot point to individual origins. From here, duplicate the toe bone and press R180 to move it to the back of the foot. Rename this bone to Foot IK Control in the bone settings. Now enter pose mode, select your IK control, shift select the next bone up on the chain, usually the foot bone, and press Shift I to add an IK constraint. Select the yellow bone holding our IK constraint, go to the bone constraint settings, and set the chain length to the number of bones that are left on our leg, including the yellow bone itself, so 3 in this case. Select the foot IK control, re-enter edit mode, press Alt-P to remove its parent, and finally, select your toe bone, go to your bone settings, and under relations, disable inherit rotation. Repeat this process for the other legs. Bam! The feet are stuck to the ground. This is the simplest IK setup you can make, and while it can work in a pinch, it doesn't offer as much control as other setups might. So if you plan on animating your character regularly, I highly recommend taking the extra time to create a more advanced rig. Okay, here's how I set up an IK rig. It's a bit more complicated, but it will ultimately give you more control of your character. Like before, let's enter edit mode, make sure X-axis mirror is turned on, and set the transform pivot point to individual origins.
Switch. Yep, and then checks. Individual origins. Oh, it's already at that. You know, that's convenient.
Instead of duplicating the toe bone right from the start, let's duplicate the foot bone instead. Snap it back in place.
Okay. So wait, hang on.
And press S.5 to scale it to half of the original.
Right, this is the part that I always get struck at.
Okay, here's how I set up.
Wait, where's the Alright. Oh yeah, let's see. What? Place. This is the foot bone. You'll probably make it with flat and be easier to work with.
Up an IK rig. Rotation. Repeat this process for the other legs. Bam! The feet are stuck to the ground. This is the simplest.
Right? Yeah. For the purpose of this, I might want to. Maybe.
IK setup you can make. And while it can work in a pinch, it doesn't offer as much control as other setups might. So if you plan on animating your character regularly, I highly recommend taking extra time to create a more advanced rig. Okay, here's how I set up an IK rig. It's a bit more complicated, but it will ultimately give you more control of your character. Like before, let's enter edit mode, make sure X-axis mirror is turned on, and set the transform pivot point to individual origins. Instead of duplicating the toe bone right from the start, let's duplicate the foot bone instead.
Let's do. Hold on, save. Pose mode, go to edit mode. Just do this. All right. Shift D. Do that. Scale it down. How about halfway?
Snap it back in place and press S.5 to scale it to half of the original bone's length. While scaling this...
Oh. Let's make sure there's no duplicate bones. All right. So Shift D. Let go. S. 0.5. Okay, what now?
New bone down can certainly help us keep track of its location on the rig. It's still pretty annoying that it's overlapping with the original. That will likely make it a bit... Okay, here's how I set up an IK rig. It's a bit more complicated, but it will ultimately give you more control of your character. Like before, let's enter edit mode, make sure X-axis mirror is turned on, and set the transform pivot point to individual origins. Instead of duplicating the toe bone right from the start, let's duplicate the foot bone instead. Snap it back in place and press S.5 to scale it to half of the original bone's length. While scaling this new bone down can certainly help us keep track of its location on the rig, it's still pretty annoying that it's overlapping with the original. That will likely make it a bit hard to select and work with. This is where the B-bone display can save the day. If you would, take a moment to scroll to Armature, Transform, Scale B-bone.
Armature, Transform, Scale B-bone. We just need to be able to see it in relation to the rest of the bones, like that. So, it's fine.
And then press 2 on your keyboard. Yep, we just double the thickness of our new bone. And if you so desire, we can triple or quadruple the size as well. Amazing, right? Being able to scale the radius of B-bones will prove incredibly useful when dealing with overlapping bones. And it's why I recommended the display so strongly earlier in the video. Anyway, we still need to add a few more bones to our rig. So select the toe bone and duplicate it as well. Scale it.
Okay, my model has multiple toe bones, by the way. It's fine. Probably do the middle toe bone. Let's see, we're going to duplicate and then...
Scale size by 0.5 and then use the shortcut Control-Alt-S2 to...
Oh, right. So, Shift duplicate, scale, 0.5. Then we're going to go to Armature, Transform, Scale B-bone. We're just going to 2 on it to make it bigger. Okay, now what?
Double the thickness of the B-bone. Duplicate this new bone that we just created, and then press RX90 to rotate this new duplicate.
Wait, what?
That's why I recommended the display so strongly earlier in the video. Anyway, we still need to add a few more bones to our rig. So select the toe bone and duplicate it as well. Scale its size by 0.5 and then use the shortcut Control-Alt-S2 to double the thickness of the B-bone. Duplicate this new bone that we just created and then press RX90 to rotate this new duplicate 90 degrees upward so that it's pointing towards the top of the leg. Finally, duplicate this bone.
Alright. It's going to be 90. Annoying, but you know what? R90. Oh, wait, no. Shit. It's okay. There's nothing there, right? So we're going to Shift D again. We're going to R90. I'm assuming if where it's at is fine. It doesn't need to be anywhere particular because there's really nowhere for me to put it. Then we're going to let's see.
Once again, and move it down towards the bottom of the character's feet. It may be a good idea to adjust the bone's length to better fit the character's foot size. I would also like to double the radius of this bone a second time, because this bone will arguably be the most important for animating our character later.
Alright. God, I hope I'm doing this right. Chances are probably not, but you know what? It's whatever. Shift D again. Let's see. So I have it right. No, okay, so we're gonna Shift D. Right, we made a duplicate. Move it down. Then we're just gonna scale it along the foot. Mother of pearl. Okay. Maybe just get that just bits. Okay, then we're gonna hit overture, transform, scale B-bone, 4. Okay. Next.
That should do for all the bones we need to add around the feet, at least for now. However, our work adding bones isn't quite...
Wait, how come it's not doing it to the other side? Oh, I didn't have a setting turned on, did I? Mother fudger.
Done yet. If your model doesn't have one already, you'll want to create both an origin bone and a waist bone. Okay, here's how I set up an IK rig. It's a bit more complicated, but it will ultimately give you more control of your character. Like before, let's enter edit mode, make sure X-axis mirror is turned on, and set the transform pivot point.
Thought I had turned on, but I didn't because I am a Bidoof. So I'm just gonna undo all of that. Let's go to edit mode. Make sure X-axis turned on. Well, let me see if there's another IK constraint tutorial I could find. Not that there's anything wrong with Flea Monkeys, but due to the nature that he's doing it for a four-legged quadruped, right? I'm trying to do it with a bipedal. Let's see. Blender IK.
You need native whole body deodorant. Will it work on my flower emoji? Flowers, melons, even eggplants.
Glad Force Flex Max Strength trash bags are 25% more durable.
I don't care.
Hi and welcome back. Inverse kinematics is used to control a chain of bones with a single bone. And I'm going to show you how to set it up for legs and tail. Going to the editing mode, we don't need mirror. First we are going to extrude this joint and rename it with IK. Delete the other part. This is fine. We need to go to the pose mode and we want to select this bone and add an inverse kinematics constraint. Target will be our matter rig and we are going to select the bone we made and renamed. So select that bone, Select how many bones you want to be affected with this IK. So length 2 in this example, and you can see one bone and the other bone. Okay, we need to clear the parent for this bone, and now if we go to the pose mode, it's working. Let's add a pole. So back into the edit mode, we're going to extrude. We want to clear parent, disconnect this bone, and move it a little bit. Select the one we made to be parent and keep it offset. Now we want to select it and rename it. This is going to be pole bone. Let's delete this part. Okay, .l. And back to the pose mode to change our settings. Just adding matter rig and the bone we made. So this is going to be our pole bone. Set up angle -90 and check if it's working. Okay, you can do armature and symmetrize for these bones. Because we have .l, now we can get .r. Okay, so now we want to select this bone and add a constraint in the same way we did. So matter rig, IK and pole bones. Also, we want to change our settings. -90. Okay, let's.
So no offense. I can't stay away from this.
Individual origins. Instead of duplicating the toe bone right from the start, let's duplicate the foot bone instead.
Let's just try this again. Right. No. Enter pose edit mode. Turn on this.
Snap it back in place and press S.5 to scale it to half of the original bone's length. While scaling the...
Alright. Shift D to duplicate. Snap it back. Scale it by 0.5. Then go to armature, transform, scale B-bone. Hit 2. This should be good, right?
This new bone down can certainly help us keep track of its location on the rig. It's still pretty annoying that it's overlapping with the original. That will likely make it a bit hard to select and work with. This is where the B-bone display can save the day. If you would, take a moment to scroll to armature, transform, scale B-bone, and then press 2 on your keyboard. Yep, we just double the thickness of our new bone, and if you so desire, we can triple or quadruple the size as well. Amazing, right? Being able to scale the radius of B-bones will prove incredibly useful when dealing with overlapping bones, and it's why I recommended the display so strongly earlier in the video. Anyway, we still need to add a few more bones to our rig, so select the toe bone and duplicate it as well. Scale its size by 0.5.
So now we need to do the same for the toe bone, alright. Or a toe bone, since I kind of have multiple here. Shift D. Scale by 0.5. And then transform. Scale B-bone by 2. Alright. Next.
And then use the shortcut Ctrl-Alt-S-2 to double the thickness of the B-bone. Duplicate this new bone that we just created, and then press RX90 to rotate this new duplicate 90 degrees upward so that it's pointing towards the top of the leg.
Alright. So Shift D. R. X 90. R 90. R X 90. Negative 90. There we go.
Finally, duplicate this bone once again and move it down towards the bottom of the character's feet. It may be a good idea to adjust the bone's length to better fit the character's foot size. I would also like to double the radius of this bone a second time.
Alright, so now we're going to duplicate this one again. We're going to move it down. Just move it up just a bit. Then we're going to scale it. Scale it some more. And then mature, transform, scale B-bone 4, so it's nice and thick. Damn, boy. Damn, boy, she thick, boy.
Time, because this bone will arguably be the most important for animating our character later. That should do for all the bones we need to add around the feet, at least for now. However, our work adding bones isn't quite done yet. If your model doesn't have one already, you'll want to create both an origin bone and a waist bone, as I found that both of these bones tend to be quite useful during the animation process. This Umbreon model does come with an origin bone, but as a quick search in the outliner will reveal, it unfortunately doesn't come with a waist bone, so we're going to need to add that ourselves. I typically do this by duplicating the first spine bone.
So wait, how do I know if mine has an origin bone or not? So go up here, we type in waist. Okay, maybe my model doesn't have a waist. Let's see, hold on, let's look at this bone. Got hips, got spine, hips. Okay, you know what? It's fine. Save incremental. Because I don't know if
rotating it perpendicular to the rest of the body, and then scaling it down to an appropriate size. If you need to add an origin bone to your model instead, duplicate the spine, press Shift S, cursor to World Origin, and then Shift S, cursor to Selected. From there, select the point where the spine and hip bones meet, press Shift S, cursor to Selected, then select the tail of your new bone, and press Shift S, selection to cursor. Alright, so we've added a bunch of new, arguably clunky bones to our formerly...
it's fine. Just really sore, tired from doing this. Let's see. Doing this for 4 hours. You know what? 4 hours is my... Pick this up later. I'm sore. I'm tired. I want to do something else now. I think streaming for 4 hours a day is fine. No, it's just later. You know, it's fine. We're doing just fine. You know, we're gonna cut this. Yeah, 'cause I'm sore. I want to lie down. Maybe then I'll play some games. I don't know. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Thank you to anyone who dropped by and said hi. Really appreciate your support and trying to think. What is the word I'm trying to think? Your support and help, yeah. And I'll hope you all have a good day. Thank you for giving me time. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you all later.